in the Proving Ground track. If this is the wrong track, just want to make sure you're in the right place. The title of today's talk right now this morning is CVSS V4, a better version of an imperfect solution. We have Mario here. A few reminders, please do make sure that your phones are either silent or completely turned off for the duration of today's talk out of respect for the speaker as well as those that are joining us live on YouTube. This is being live streamed and will be recorded for later viewing. We want to especially thank our diamond sponsors, Prisma Cloud and Vanta, as well as some of our gold sponsors, Adobe, Dropzone AI, and SemGrep. It is their assistance, along with all of our donors, other sponsors, and volunteers that make this event truly possible. So without further ado, Mario, please take it away.
Morning, everyone. Look at this ball. Let's say this single ball is a vulnerability, and you can focus all your attention on that ball, and our systems will always be vulnerable. So maybe a vulnerability alone, it's not really the end of the world. And let's say now that you have a lot of vulnerabilities all mixed up and a rubber duck doing God knows what in there, then you start to have a problem. As security professionals, our goal is to make sure that we will try to mitigate as many vulnerabilities as possible or put as many security controls in place to try to avoid exploitation. So you can start finding some order, trying to give some order to those vulnerabilities. Maybe you will group them into severities, and that's how you come up with CVSS. CVSS stands for Common Vulnerability Scoring System, and it's defined as a vendor-agnostic industry open standard by the book. It's owned and managed by FIRST, a US-based nonprofit organization that started originally with the mission to help security incident response teams across the world. Then it has been adopted by Mitra from the beginning, who runs the CVE program, and to associate as well with CVEs as the scoring standard. Soon became adopted by everyone as well, #1 scoring standard. The idea is that it will convey characteristics and severity of software vulnerabilities. Very important, keep these two terms in mind. So, really quick about me, I'm from Portugal. I'm curious, I guess I have to be in this line of work. I consider myself a cybersecurity enthusiast for around 10 years. I've been working for nearly 4 years at Checkmarks as an application security analyst, doing research as well. And I've been practicing Krav Maga for almost 14 years. And I love to read, I love to write, I love to travel. So enough about me now, let's go to what matters. And we're here to talk today about the latest version of CVSS and how it's still not, it's better, but it's still not a perfect solution. So why version 4? First of all, there wasn't enough granularity before to provide precise severity scores. You could have two distinct vulnerabilities that would end up in the end with the same score, which wasn't really good if you want to distinguish them and be able to prioritize somehow. Then options themselves are limited. For instance, you can define in version 3.1 granularity. You can define some, user interaction, sorry. I was trying to remember the parameter. You can define user interaction, and you can say whether it's required or not, but you couldn't really say whether it was a passive or an active type of interaction, for instance. And parameters still, and what they were supposed to describe, the characteristics they wanted to bring about the vulnerabilities, still was a bit blurry in some cases. For instance, I know what attack complexity means, but do I really know what it means? And why not? Why not try to improve the previous version if it's not that good? So we came up with this new version of CVSS. It's now running. Everyone is starting to adopt it gradually. And these were the main changes in terms of groups. The score is divided by groups. The main group that everyone uses is the base metrics group, but then you have temporal metrics that is now called threat metrics with a few changes, then supplemental metrics as an entirely new group. And in terms of changes in a base metrics group, there's a new parameter, attack requirements, and the scope was removed, but it was just in reality moved to the impact part to be divided into vulnerable and subsequent system. You can now define the confidentiality, integrity, and availability parameters in terms of these two different systems. And then you got the exploit maturity, the only parameter being defined in threat metrics group to define how is a vulnerability currently being exploited in the wild. And then we got the environmental metrics group that allows the consumer to modify the metrics according to his specific environment. Then supplemental metrics to provide still some extrinsic characteristics of the vulnerability and allowing us to cover other sectors that might not be properly covered with the other parameters. So really quick, looking at an example, you can see that for this vulnerability, it was taken from the official documentation, but a bit modified for the sake of this exercise. And we're talking about a Juniper router that has an ARP protocol enabled, and an attacker could poison the cache and put there a spoofed IP entry, and it would cause a denial of service to the user of that IP eventually, and then he can also redirect traffic to themselves, cause some sort of man in the middle, and we know that dynamic ARP inspection is enabled by default. So looking at this example, I wanted to ask for your input on this. You can see here the vector for version 3.1 with some elements highlighted, and what do you think would be the final score in here, if you were to guess? Can say just some rough number from 1 to 10. 7. 7, 8. Okay, you're just trying to say it different, right? Because you got it right. You're good. Yeah, this is the final score that would result from this vector. Now let's look at it in a different perspective in terms of version 4. So, well, the attack vector is still the same, adjacent, because of the protocol. We're talking about ARP in an adjacent network. And then we also have attack complexity as high, but this is actually one of the big differences, because before you would still have attack complexity, but as I said, attack complexity is one of the cases where you really don't know what it means. It could mean a lot of things and mean nothing at all. So it was quite shitty, to tell the truth. And now you can probably make it a bit less shitty. And so you can say that attack complexity is specifically about having active measures, active protective measures in the system that will somehow delay or slow down the attacker, and the attacker will have to circumvent those measures in order to achieve successful exploitation. So now we know that attack complexity means specifically that, and other stuff that you can mean by attack complexity are actually part of the attack requirements now. And that's how you get a supposedly more precise characterization now, and that will should count a bit to lower the score because higher attack complexity. But then also really, really important is that now you can define whether the vulnerable or subsequent system is being impacted. And we now know that in terms of vulnerable system, since we're just creating a spoofed IP entry, in the ARP protocol, we have a low impact on the integrity. On the integrity, You can see there the VI and the vulnerable integrity metric. We have a low impact, but then you can define more precisely that you have a high impact on the confidentiality of the subsequent system, because the attacker can read the traffic from the user, and then also in terms of availability, because it can cause a denial of service, so also a high impact on the availability. So if you were to guess now, what would you say it's the resulting score? Seven again? 6? Okay, 9. So you think it's more or less the same, or worse, or maybe lower? Well, it's lower. And I'm not here to argue if it's correct or not. You would have actually to compare between other vulnerabilities, other different vectors, but, well, it is what it is. Right away you don't know, but you can argue that it's probably a bit too low regarding the actual impact they're causing or to the users or not, or maybe version 3.1 was a bit too high. Well, it was just for you to understand some of the main differences. And so in general, in a nutshell, what CVSS wanted to bring was, first of all, reinforce, and they emphasize it a lot if you read the documentation, that CVSS is not just a base score, you should use all the other metrics groups. Also, finer granularity by adding new elements. You should now have more variations of scores. Then they enhance the impact metrics, as we've seen with the vulnerable and subsequent system. And they wanted to promote accessible information, making it more transparent, being able to tell a better story overall, more clarity and ease of use of the vector. This is awesome, right? Well, not really. Let's not rush. And let's talk really quick about open source first, and very important element. We all know it's philosophical, it's philanthropic, magical. Everyone is using open source. According to the Census 2 study, 70 to 90% of modern software solutions are using free open source. And we can do a quick test here looking at an NPM package called Gatsby, a popular one for building websites. And you can see all these dependencies popping up, direct or transitive. This would be the final result of all the dependencies you get in this single package, which is quite a lot. And it would be, of course, naive to think that at least you don't have one vulnerability, you don't control all these dependencies. But yeah, one vulnerability is staying too few. You have hundreds, if not thousands, of vulnerabilities in all these dependencies. So is CVSS a solution, or even now version 4 for this? Well, back to the colors. You can group it by severity, as I've shown you, but you can still tell whether the system that is being impacted is really exploitable under its conditions. How's the exploitability in practical terms, if the measures that are in place in your system are really going to be circumvented in this vulnerability, if you can do something with it. There are a lot of factors that you need to consider besides severity. But, well, if it's CVSS, we're talking about severity. So this often leads us to the idea of risk vulnerability management, and these terms are used interchangeably a lot of times. Risk or vulnerability management, and even CVSS for risk and vulnerability management. This is, of course, wrong, and it's one of the first problems, one of the main problems of misunderstanding the purpose of CVSS. And of course, one thing is severity, another is the risk of exploitation, for instance, and that you could even incorporate into vulnerability management. But again, all different terms. And to explain the next points. To make it clear, I will need to use a lot of memes, so sorry about that if you don't like memes. But it's better to prove my point. So first of all, of course, is misunderstanding the purpose of CVSS. Well, you can run it other way, but if you want to get the most out of it, you need to, again, understand that CVSS is about severity. Then relying only on CVSS for risk and vulnerability management. Again, CVSS is just for severity, and even worse is if you're relying only on the base group alone. This is something you don't want to be doing. And in practice is much harder than in theory, because vulnerabilities are often complex, as you know. There are a lot of nuances. This is some limitation. And the score in version 4 is supposedly more precise and customizable, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily more easy to use. Also, how many vulnerabilities we're talking about, because the more vulnerabilities you have, the more difficult it will be to try to have a good score. And well, also with all this customization, all these other parameters and all, it might have introduced more subjectivity, and that can also not that good. Also, limited information. This is a big problem. If you don't have enough information, you don't really have the context about the vulnerabilities. You can't really know how to properly come up with a score. You need the information. And okay, this is obvious. Sorry about that. But, well, it should be said still, because it doesn't happen in reality. And what about OSS libraries? That's another problem we have, because associated with the lack of information and context, we even have lack of context, or we can't really implement it when we're attributing a specific score to OSS libraries. We will have to resort to the information we have, because it will still depend on specific implementations of that library, of course. And then that takes us a lot of times to score over inflation, because if you have that information, you're limited to it. You are limited to using a general scenario, so you need to use the worst case scenario. That's actually part of the official guidelines. You need to have a worst case scenario, but this is also often misinterpreted, because worst case doesn't mean you also need to have the worst case for the impact metrics. You should use only the most reasonable outcome according to the information you have. And I can give you a really easy example. For instance, you have some vulnerability which is having passwords exposed in clear text, and you can eventually use those passwords. You found there is some command line you can use with those credentials to, you'll log in there, then you have remote code execution. But the impact is not remote code execution, because the vulnerability itself, it's only limited to the clear text credentials. So that would be the impact and not remote code execution. And also, you get that a lot from bug bounty hunters, vulnerability reporters. They will overinflate the score on purpose. That's the meme you have there. It's usually for financial or reputational rewards, because overinflating the score will make the vulnerability look more critical. But if you do it on hunter.com, for instance, you will get a penalty for miscalculating the CVSS in your reputation. And of course, manual can be a hassle, but automated doesn't always work. You should use both. You really need to use both, actually, because as consumers, you can use automation in environmental metrics and in threat metrics using threat intelligence sources. But you, as providers of the score, you still need to provide the base score in a manual manner to do it properly, and also if eventually you want to supply with supplemental metrics as well. And then we have like a classical problem of time versus quality. Of course, you can waste a lot of time making the score perfect for a vulnerability, but can you really do it if you have 300 vulnerabilities, for instance? Of course, eventually somewhere in time, quality will be sacrificed. Then, of course, willingness to do things properly, because we have consumers, we have providers all having to, we have to rely on both of them, and then it requires focus, it requires direction, it requires learning, obviously, to properly use the score, so it's not easy. And you do have to rely on both provider and consumer, and this is a problem alone, because you need to expect that both of them will properly use the score. Also, another problem is the neglect, fatigue, and discouragement in the open source. Generally, you find a lot that software maintainers won't really care about vulnerabilities. They don't really care about wasting time with vulnerabilities, because there's still the idea that it's a waste of time. They want to focus on coding and improving their projects. So, how can we try to tackle some of these challenges? Some underlined, of course, because we can't solve everything. We can't really make this perfect, but we can try to get the best out of version 4. And again, never too much to stress this out. Severity, as many times as you can have it. CVSS is a tool, not the entire solution. You can use it for risk management, but you can use it for risk management. It's not risk management again. It's still not enough to tackle the question of risk management. So again, and you should be using fully CVSS capabilities. As obvious, the base score should be used properly. As I said earlier, worst case scenario based on the information, but not always. But then you shouldn't forget the other elements. You have the threat metrics group for knowing whether there's current exploitation activity in the wild. It's very important. Environmental, if you really want to classify it in terms of a particular consumer's environment, and supplemental even for additional characteristics when it makes sense. Whoever is supplying information about the vulnerabilities, advisories, they should provide as much information. Of course, this is obvious, because without context, as we've seen, you can't really build a reliable score. And even open source advisories in the end are relying on CVSS. It's the main used standard for classifying severity. Well, we need manual work, automated work. Not everything can be automated, as we've seen, but you can use automation whenever possible. So this is also an important guideline. Providers will be able to provide with the base metrics and the supplemental metrics. Consumers will be able to automate the part of the threat metrics and the environmental metrics. And one way to do it is with asset management database. This is actually a great recommendation for automation. You can have an asset class being defined, and all the confidentiality, integrity, and availability requirements, how it impacts that specific asset in terms of these elements, and then the exposure, meaning if it's internally or internet facing, also really important for that. And of course, read the fucking source, because, well, if you don't read the source, you won't know how to properly use the vector. It has a lot of great specifications like confidentiality and integrity versus availability and other important stuff that it will explain more in depth, and it contains almost everything you need to know about it, of course. And what's next then? Well, providers and consumers need to cooperate, of course, because as we've seen, both are needed. More transparency of information, software maintainers, product owners, product vendors, vulnerability reporters, everyone, bug bounty hunters should disclose as many details about the vulnerabilities as possible. There's a really good step towards it. Mitra is now encouraging that CNAs will provide as much details as possible, including CVSS, because in the past they would just they would leave it for downstream augmenters like NVD, just leave it empty. NVD would fill in the CVSS, but that doesn't make sense, of course, because CNAs are responsible for reporting the vulnerabilities, creating the advisories. So they should be the ones filling the CVSS. They have the most details. So this should make in the future the available CVSS scores much better associated with the CVs. Then there's the CVSS extensions framework, which is also a very important thing to consider, defined as some formal methods that will allow it to, that are defined in the documentation and will allow it to extend the framework between the, above the core metrics group and allow it to even classify other sectors. And of course, collaborating with open source communities, very important whenever possible. And if you're interested, for instance, you can, and everyone is allowed, of course, to be part of the CVSS special interest group from FIRST, where they are constantly contributing to the improvement of CVSS. And so that's it. I want to invite everyone to talk with me after the questions in case you are interested to discuss CVSS. I will be glad to do it. And I want to thank everyone for being present, thanking the organization as well, and for the opportunity to talk here today. Thank you.
now is a Gen Z critique on SOC 2, presented by Carissa Kim here. Just as a reminder, please make sure your phones are completely off or silenced for the duration of the talk, out of respect for the speaker as well as those joining us live. This talk is being recorded and being live streamed simultaneously at the moment. If you do have any questions towards the end, if we do have time, I will have we don't have any working microphones, unfortunately, that doesn't have crossfade. So just ask that you raise your hand and do ask it loudly, and I'm sure you'll be able to repeat the question, and we'll be able to go from there. But without further ado, here's Carissa.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Carissa, and this is a Gen Z critique on SOC 2. So to start off with, I interviewed 50 software engineers and tech executives to get the lowdown on governance, risk, and compliance, GRC, specifically on SOC 2, the compliance framework that everyone loves to hate but can't ignore. And so here's how the interview went down. I asked 3 questions. The first being, what is SOC 2 in your own words? And are there any brave souls that would like to share their take on what SOC 2 is? Yes?
It's an IT report, an application that is presenting the company's IT infrastructure around security.
Somewhat, right? But you are the only person who answered this question amongst the 20, 30 people here? Yes.
It's a way to prove that you're a large enough company that you can afford to give money to coal fire.
I think it's so funny that you mentioned that. But anyways, this is some response I got. But before I go any further, I'm going to spill the tea on the survey. And spilling the tea is just like giving you gossip in Gen Z slang. Here are some people who answered. Someone said a nightmare of compliance that feels more sorcery than anything else. NGL, I have no idea other than it's something that smaller companies often can't afford. A big pain in the butt or maybe a distraction from making redacted secure. And I honestly have no idea, although I came across it while setting up some DB-related monitors. So there's an overall theme. I think most people think it's like busy work and they don't have a clue with what SOC 2 really is. And now I have another question for you guys. How many of you guys actually read your company's policies? With a show of hands. Okay, so for the people who didn't raise your hands, you guys can low-key get fired. But it's okay, I'm not a big mouth. But I'm going to give you guys more tea. And regarding this, oh, no. Okay, so there was a chart, but 33.3% of the people I surveyed just sign off without a second glance. Another 33.3%, they just skim through it. And another 10%, they don't even read it at all. And then 10%, they actually read through the policies, which is a really low number. And the other 13%, I think they were just vibing with the survey, honestly. So what is the key takeaway here? Software engineers are allergic to SOC 2. And most people are not oblivious to SOC 2 unless they're higher up in their career ladders, like CISOs. But since not a lot of people know what SOC 2 is this a good or a bad thing? And this is what we'll dive into in this talk. So hi everyone, today I'll be dropping a Gen Z critique on SOC 2. And who is Gen Z? Me and probably your most recent batch of hires at the company you're at. And before I go any further, I just want to quickly introduce myself. I'm Carissa. I've actually became interested in cybersecurity since high school when I competed in different CTFs and security competitions. I then went on to Berkeley and started immediately at SemGrep as a security TPM. And during my time there, I actually got a lot of hands-on experience with SOC 2 and GDPR compliance. And then, just like a fun fact, I'm a content creator for fun. Okay, so this is our agenda. We'll dive into what SOC 2 is, what the implementation entails. I'll also break down the entire process for all of you guys. And then we'll hit some of the benefits and my critiques on SOC 2 and the closing statement and so forth. Also, quick disclaimer, are there any auditors here? Oh, I don't want to offend anyone. I just want to keep it very fun and informative. I'll be using Gen Z slang throughout with translations on the bottom. So, yeah, let's get started. So SOC 2 is so boring. I don't know if you guys know, but SAR is the new SO for Gen Z, but you need to have it with the Australian accent. So it might seem boring at a first glance, but it's essentially a framework for auditing and reporting on controls related to the 5 trust service criteria, which is security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy. These criteria form a framework for organizations to demonstrate their commitment to maintaining a secure environment. And the AICPA crafted SOC 2 in the early 2000s as a response to the need for standardized data protection.
Thank you. So I love this talk, and I love how you talked about AWS, GCP.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I thought someone was asking a question. My bad. Anyways, these criteria form the backbone of SOC 2. And so it's the gold standard for compliance trying to certify their security efforts in America. And if you're doing B2B sales,
Cloudflare. I consider that a cloud environment, and that's something I actively worry about access. One, I would ask, what are the tools that you would point me to start doing this kind of analysis in those kinds of environments? And 2, how would you kind of, hypothetically, even if there isn't a tool,
oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
That was stress test 2.
But anyways, if you're doing B2B sales or selling to large enterprises in America, your customers are going to be asking you about your SOC 2 certifications. So now let's talk about controls. So controls are basically your company's defense playbook. They're like policies, procedures, and practices to set up to mitigate risks and protect your company's interests. So you can think of them as the backbone of any robust security and compliance program. They'll set the guidelines of what's okay and what's not okay. So some examples, like policies like access management, vendor management, risk mitigation work, they all form together to protect everything from digital data to your personal physical space. And there will be regular reviews to ensure that these rules stay current and effective. Other examples of SOC 2 controls can also include like 2-factor authentication to protect sensitive data, encryption protocols for data at rest and in transit, and detailed incident response plans. So now, there are different types of SOC 2 reports. There's a SOC 2 Type 1 and a SOC 2 Type 2. And the major difference is just the monitoring period. Type 1 is like a snapshot, while Type 2 is when you're being monitored over a period of time. And I have a cheat hack that I really am very excited to share with you guys, but I'll share that later towards the end. But at the end of the day, SOC 2 Type 2 is more well-regarded, it's more comprehensive, and it shows the reliability of your systems and controls. So I will be mostly referring to SOC 2 Type 2 from here on out. Also, many opt for Type 1 due to a faster turnaround, but Type 1 only confirms the right controls and written policies without testing if the controls actually work, because they don't really ask for evidence. And another thing to know is that you actually don't need to get a Type 1 before you get a Type 2. You can also just get a Type 2 audit right away. So, sorry, I'm gonna just quickly connect. I don't know why my hotspot is not working, and I really need to show you guys this picture. Sorry.
You're doing great.
Technology problems? Stress the technology.
I know.
I mean, I've long been of the opinion that computers were a horrible idea.
Okay, if this picture, if I can't connect to my hotspot, just imagine that there's a picture for me. Yeah.
You gotta plug your HDMI back in.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I'm still connecting to this Wi-Fi really quickly. Sorry. I have been, but it hasn't been connecting. Okay, I think I'm barely. I have 14 minutes left. Okay, I think it should. Yeah, that's why. I don't know why my hotspot. Yeah. I think there should be like a present button soon, but it's. Just. No, it's not loading. Okay, okay. I just don't know why it's not presenting. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. No, no, that's fine. I don't know why my hotspot's not popping up. Okay, it's okay. I'll just. No, 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 no. It's okay. It's okay. That's. Oh shoot. Do you think I could by any chance? Is this you? Sorry, guys. Just 1 minute. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, and then where's the present button? Okay, perfect. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so this is what the SOC 2 timeline should look like. Within the first to 3 months is like a pre-audit preparation. So this is where you prepare a list of controls and ensure that you're doing everything that you claim to be doing. This is where the most work actually occurs, so you definitely should not underestimate it. So if you say that you list like 100 controls, you have to make sure that you're applying them consistently across your company and you maintain confidence in the implementation. Next, 3 to 12 months is the compliance observation period. This period can have a lot of elapsed time, so you want to make sure that you have the right evidence. And this is like the cheat hack that I really want to show you guys. You can do SOC 2 pretty fast, and it's not cheating. So many people expect that a 12-month SOC 2 observation period is important, and that is the case. But actually at SemGrep, when we first started with our SOC 2 compliance journey, we actually had a 3-month observation period first. So we saved a lot of time when the auditors came in. And this approach makes customers happy because you can deliver results in 4 months instead of 14, which you're getting more customers, right? But the thing is, you don't want to apply that method too often, or else you're paying for a SOC 2 audit every single time, and that racks up a lot of money. And so what you can essentially do is start with a shorter observation period, like 3 months or however long you want, which will tighten the feedback loop. And if any issues arise during those 3 months, and if controls aren't working appropriately, you can catch them sooner. And then after that first round of SOC 2, you can maybe lengthen the feedback loop to like 12 months as your observation period. So that's the little cheat hack. And then the first to 3 weeks is the official audit. And this is just like a lot of back and forth with your auditor and just making sure that you deliver the right evidence. And then the 2 to 6 weeks is just like the wait game. Your auditor will be creating a report and compiling all the information that you provided them. And during this time, you can just tell customers like, oh, the report is coming soon. So yeah. So there is quite a process with SOC 2. You need to prepare and make sure that you are aware with the trust service criteria and you define your audit scope. You also have to make sure that you spot the weak points in your controls and tighten them up and create detailed records of your policies, procedures, and controls. And like, you want to make sure that you also establish clear goals within like your company's security compliance objectives to make sure that you can identify key points throughout your organization. So the SOC 2 timeline varies depending on the complexity of the organization and your existing security programs as well too. And larger organizations or those with a complex infrastructure will require more time with more compliance and more of a longer observation period. But it's also really essential to engage in stakeholders from different departments to ensure a comprehensive understanding of security practices, so overall you can have a smoother audit process. There's a lot of organizations and departments in your companies that are all affiliated with getting your SOC 2 compliance. Like for example, the engineering infra team. You would have to work with controls regarding like access control, change management, code review. SRE, it's like incident response, monitoring and logging, and creating like a disaster tabletop, and business continuity plans. HR, you need to make sure you get background checks, security awareness trainings, and making sure you have like the proper termination procedures. Sales, data protection, security, vulnerability management, even marketing. Like no one ever really talks marketing, but they're getting a lot of personal information. So you want to make sure that you're communicating throughout in the different departments in your organization. So now I'm like very excited to show you guys this word. Maybe you guys know it, Riz. It's the new word for charisma, and you can definitely Riz up your customers with your SOC 2 report, honestly. But essentially, it's like slang for style, charming someone, and so forth. But I sort of wanted to talk about like the benefits of SOC 2. And even if your customers aren't already asking for the SOC 2, passing a SOC 2 audit objectively proves that you're taking steps to prevent a data breach. It can also be a game changer in customer relationships, especially in a world where data breaches often make headlines. Having SOC 2 certification assures customers that their data is safe in your hands because you're taking protective measures. Also, this trust can translate into more increased business opportunities because it's like good credibility, right? As clients are more likely to partner up or with companies that prioritize security. Another benefit to keep in mind is that companies will also regularly reject potential vendors for a lack of SOC 2 certification. Even though it's not mandated, a lot of companies actually look for SOC 2 certifications. It's not like Europe and GDPR, but a lot of companies will look at it. Another thing to keep in mind is that SOC 2 also enforces security basics, and it makes sure that you're building continuous living processes, especially in a world where there's so many things that are happening, so many changes, so many technical complications, and so forth. By making sure that you're regularly updating security practices and addressing vulnerabilities, this can make sure that you and your company are maintaining compliance and also improving your overall security posture. And I think this overall approach will also make sure that you're staying ahead from any evolving threats in the future and building customer trust. So now for some critiques. When did CPAs become certified lover cybersecurity experts? So Certified Lover Boy is from Drake, if y'all are maybe not aware. Drake is the rapper who was just like in the headlines recently. But CPAs didn't really major in computer science or security. So auditor quality is really important. And some are strict while others may not be. Another thing is that auditors can be susceptible to cyberdazzle. And cyberdazzle is like a term that I learned from my manager, but it's like when someone who isn't as technical might see something technical in front of them, like regarding like evidence that you provide them, and it could maybe hypothetically lead the auditor to not conduct an audit properly. That's just like a hypothetical situation for you all auditors here. Like I know you guys are probably doing things great. But the quality of the audit very much depends significantly on the auditor's expertise. And just making sure that you select an auditor with a strong background in cybersecurity can enhance the audit process throughout. And it just makes sure that you have a thorough and accurate assessment of your controls, which is important for your company. Another thing is that SOC 2 is bougie, or it could be expensive. So the cost of preparation, implementation, and auditing can be significant, especially for small businesses or startups. And the audit itself can range anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000. And that's literally just the audit itself. We're not even counting the investment in pen testing and other security measures necessary to meet compliance. So while that cost might seem slightly steep, especially for startups or smaller companies, SOC 2 compliance can definitely provide a substantial return on investment, especially if you're demonstrating a commitment to security. You can gain access to larger markets and customers who require stringent data protection standards. Another thing to keep in mind is that SOC 2 is like a broad umbrella. It covers general security principles, but it doesn't really dive deep into like AppSec, right? So just because you're SOC 2 compliant doesn't mean you're bulletproof. Companies can still get hacked even though you're SOC 2 compliant. So it's also crucial to recognize there are some limitations to SOC 2, and there are proactive steps to address them. And this could also just include conducting regular code reviews, implementing secure code practices, or using tools like static and dynamic application tools. So overall, TLDR, SOC 2 compliance isn't a one and done deal. It's always about continuous improvement. SOC 2 compliance is an ongoing process that requires organizations to regularly update their security controls and practices. And this iterative approach will help companies adapt to new threats and technological advancements, and ensuring that they remain secure over time. SOC 2 isn't really like just about checking a box. It's about building trust and also ensuring your customers' data is safe. And the journey to compliance might seem challenging, but the benefits far outweigh the costs. And by prioritizing your security and compliance, your organization or company can build a strong foundation for future growth forever. So yeah. Also, just like a quick shout out to the coolest manager, Jonathan, he's not here, for exposing me to SOC 2 and GDPR. And then Tom, my BSides mentor, Leaf, Tanya, Andy, Margaret, and Misha. I think none of this would have been possible without this talk. And so thank you so much for listening, and feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, that was.
Guys, Las Vegas. This is the Proving Ground track. The talk right now is George, who will be presenting building a security logging stack on a shoestring budget, a problem I'm sure we are all too familiar with. Just as a reminder, out of respect for the speaker, as well as those joining us live right now, this talk is being live streamed and will be recorded, so please make sure your phones are either silent or completely off. So without further ado, George, please take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk. By the way, I've got this QR code on every single slide, so if you want to look at any time, you can follow along just as well. Thank you. All right. So first of all, why would you even want to build a security logging stack? Well, this is because problems happen all the time, and for intrusion detection and IDS and IPS, you really have to be able to capture those events to actually do something about them. So it's very important to do that. Your company might already have existing places to store logs, but it's good to have like one centralized location for everything. And also, it's always good to have a data sync for this type of events. A lot of times I see that things happen, but because there's no great place to shove data, these events get lost. So it's great to have just a generalized place for that. A little bit about myself. My name is George. I work at a company called Cloud Kitchens. We build a lot of ghost kitchens. We do food delivery. My company runs in Kubernetes. We actually run across multiple clouds. I used to work at AWS, but we currently run across multiple different clouds. I built one of the largest Elasticsearch/open search logging stacks, I think, in the world, perhaps. And I actually built several more afterwards, and one specifically for security. Oh, what happened to the? Did I step on a cable? Sorry. Could you help us with the AV? I don't know if I stepped on a cable or something.
I don't think so.
Turn it off and back on again? Yeah.
We don't have the budget for that, as we established.
I think it might be back. Wait, let's wait for it.
There we go.
All right. Woo. All right. Be careful not to make any sudden movements. All right. So my takeaway for you is hopefully is that you get a sense of when to build versus buy. One's actually not cheaper or either than the other, as it turns out. If you do choose to build, I'd like to show you how to build it very cost efficiently, and also how to pay for the stuff you need to make it very efficient in terms of cost and performance. And I went through about a year of optimizing for speed and cost. I'd like to distill that down and then pass that knowledge onto you. So here we go. All right, let's talk about the benefits of build versus buy. So let's start with buy. Obviously, if you buy something, you make it someone else's problem, and that's actually very nice for being a manager and also engineer, because you don't have to worry about it as much. That's a fantastic point of view. Also gives you your team a single point of contact when something goes wrong. That's also very nice. And sometimes you're already logged into a vendor. So for example, you have a big contract with an existing provider that actually can give you a very, very good discount on buying stuff. So actually that can be cheaper than anything you can build yourself. I can talk about that later as well. Some downsides to buying is that, number one, you're vendor locked. So over time, they'll reduce the price. It's hard for you to get out. So let's say all your data is stored in one logging framework. Going to another one, it's hard to move that data across. Sometimes they actually will lie about their performance. So a lot of demos I saw from other companies is that they will give you a demo that works well for like a small size, but as you scale up over time, it actually doesn't scale at all. So that's actually a big thing to watch out for. And sometimes also the thing we're seeing is that support for them can be kind of slow as well. There's multiple support tiers for everything you buy, and for the cheapest support tier, they don't get back to you within like a month or two or several weeks, and that could be a big problem if you have something that's going wrong. And also key features are sometimes hide behind paywalls, which is a problem as well. But for build, you actually you build with known components, so you actually don't want to roll your own crypto to get the best bang for the buck. The biggest benefit of build is actually you own everything, both the software, infrastructure, and the data. So one example is that if you work with government compliance, you buy software from another country, in case of war or some kind of diplomatic fallout, you may no longer have access to that software. That could be a big problem. If you build yourself, you can always choose where you store that data, so you also can have a backup for it should you need it. Oh, you can also choose to optimize between cost and speed, which is a big thing. Typically, when you buy from a vendor, they give you like these tiers that you put data into. You really have no choice over that. But if you choose to build, you can actually really make a lot of good choices about how you optimize for cost. You also have you also have knowledge of how to operate this. So in case something does go wrong, you can fix it yourself, which is way better than having someone else manage your stuff. Obviously, there's some downsides to build as well. Number one is the time and energy. So you have to be willing to do this. You can build a stack I'm proposing in about 2 weeks comfortably if you got some knowledge of cloud. 1 week is probably fine. To tune it, you probably want another 2 weeks or so. So maybe a month just to generate for this. You have a bit of liability as well, because after you build, you're responsible for patching your own data. You're responsible for all the egress, ingress rules as well. It's kind of a headache, but it's probably worth the cost if you want to save money. And finally, it might be a little bit of people's warehouse, because people like to do, like penetration testing. They may not be familiar with building stuff. But a friend who's really good at hacking stuff together, I told him if you just hack more things together, eventually you come up with a full logging solution, which is what happened with our company. He did a really good job doing this. Cool. All right, so let's talk about some of the benefits, other benefits of DIY. Besides control over data security, you can really do that slider between the cost and speed, which I'll show you. Also, you can build your own plugins. So I'll be talking about using OpenSearch. So OpenSearch has a really rich plugin framework. Almost all of it is not behind the paywalls. So if you want to build like a plugin for managing like Korean or like searching like Elvish, for example, if you need to, you can actually build that for yourself. You also control your own security model, and actually have a very rich security model. You can control who can access what very easily. All right. So let's take a look at the cost. So here I'm using the public information. Obviously, with different discounts you have, different negotiations, it can vary greatly. I'm just using what's out there. So if you start with Splunk, which is the biggest guy in the room, they charge about $150 per gigabyte of data ingest per day. So it comes to about $60,000 per year. And also the size of the cluster I'm using here is pretty standard. It's 40 gigabytes of ingestion per day. It comes to about 0.4 megabytes of ingestions per second. So let's say you have like 100 applications, each generate about 10 kilobytes per second. That's kind of what it comes out to. Ends up with 7.2 terabytes of storage per month. So your cost will actually breaks down to both the compute portion, which is memory and CPU, and also the cost, also the storage portion. So the longer you operate a stack, the more the storage will come into effect. I'll show you how to optimize that as well. If you go with the next one, which is Elasticsearch from the vendor, you actually get a cheaper package. But this is actually using the cheapest possible support package. Meaning if you message them, they'll get back to you with 3 to 5 business days. If you pay for the best support package, your cost actually almost doubles. So you have to make a decision there about support versus what you get. Also, AWS sells a version of Elasticsearch as well called OpenSearch. They actually broke from Elasticsearch a while back because of commercial licensing disagreements. Typically, it runs slightly slower than Elasticsearch, but that's something you actually know the difference if you run it yourself. They have a service like that. If you get it, it's about half the cost of Splunk. And if you just run OpenSearch yourself with the same exact specs without paying AWS for the management, you get about 20% cheaper. And finally, if you just build yourself super cheap, you can get down to even about half the cost of using AWS managed yourself. So yeah, there you go. All right, before we dive into how to build a cluster, let's have a quick overlook at how the OpenSearch Elasticsearch works. So your data basically lives in things called indices, essentially like a file of data. As time goes on, your file gets larger and larger. You probably want to grow that file from one index to another. So like week 1 is indices 1, week 2 is indices 2, so on and so forth. Each file or indices is also broken into shards. So they're essentially components of the file. You don't have to do this, but doing this has some benefits because number one, the shards can live on multiple computers for resiliency. 2 is actually the shards can be searched in parallel by multiple CPUs. So the more CPUs have, the better your search could be. But there's obviously like a trade-off between the number of shards you have and also the speed. So you want to optimize for that as well. I'll talk about all this toward a later slide for optimization. Cool. All right. Yeah. So this is the simplest architecture for the logging stack. This will work for pretty much everybody and actually use a lot of off-the-shelf components. So you start with the application, which or whatever the general log source is, and you have an application that takes that data and then shoves it into an OpenSearch. So there's a lot of off-the-shelf components. I think Logstash is actually a common one that people use. And OpenSearch or Elasticsearch will do the job just fine. as you start building this, you actually want to think about access already, because each thing that pushes data into OpenSearch has different access to different indices. You want to already think about how you want to control what they can write to. So in our example, when we built this, basically different sources have different log forwarders, and different log forwarders have access to different indices, and they can only write to them, not read to them. So even if they're compromised, you actually don't lose any data. From the perspective of the user, they go through something called OpenSearch dashboard, or Kibana, if you're familiar with the ELK stack. It's a simple UI that allows you to search the framework itself, and then the simple login solution is username and password set up for them, which will work just fine. Pro for this is that I think it should work fine for almost every setup. The setup I built in my company actually ingested about 1,000 times the ingestion of this. I'll show you an architecture that's more complex that can deal with a high level of skill. But I think for most people, this will work great. Some cons is that it's not as resilient to failures, because you obviously have failures in both the log forwarder, the OpenStash itself, or the application that shows data. That gives some problems. I'll show you how to deal with that. And also, you don't have probably the best way of managing logins, because having username and passwords to do this is kind of troublesome. All right, so here is the architecture I use for the stack that ingests about 1,000 times the rate of the previous one. Actually, this stack only costs about 10 times more than the stack I showed you, so about 200K to do this. The biggest changes are several. So let's start with the log applications. So applications can live anywhere. They can live in multiple clouds, multiple regions, wherever you want. And they forward data down the stream. And what you need to have is actually you have a buffer. And here we use Kafka, but you can actually use almost anything. This is actually like a key importance, because with so many log sources and so much information being put, without a buffer like Kafka to buffer it, failures will cause you to lose information. And this is actually a very important key to make it work. The second thing you need to have is have a second log forwarder after the buffer. This is to really smooth out the data ingested, because events don't happen like at even rate. Sometimes you have a burst events, some have no events. Without a buffer to really make this even, you have to have problems pushing this stuff into OpenSearch itself. And when you push data into OpenSearch, you want to push it into chunks. And a good chunk size I like to recommend is 5 megabytes at a time for large size. You have to do up to I think 30 megabytes, but I think you do get some diminishing return over time. Now, if you look at the OpenSearch clusters, there are multiple of them. So they can be co-located with the data, meaning if you have data in AWS or Azure or GCP, you can have one OpenSearch cluster per region with the data. This makes it actually faster in terms of network latency. It also saves a bit of money because you can be co-located for that. And the beauty about OpenSearch is that you can actually search across multiple clusters, multiple regions simultaneously, as long as you have the right access rules. And for the user perspective, you got a user. You also have SSO. So SSO is a simple integration that built into OpenSearch. Using SAML, you're able to use that for your system. And the good thing about SSO is that a lot of companies already have people defining SSOs, and they're tied to different groups. So for example, you'll know someone coming to your application. Are they an engineer? Are they a product manager, et cetera? And from that, you can give them the appropriate access to the data they're trying to search. So engineers can only search something, other people can search other stuff. So with this result, you actually have a very resilient application. You can basically scale it to a very large degree. And also, you don't have any paywalls that prevents you from doing SSO because you're using OpenSearch. All right. Cool. Now let's talk about optimization. So I'll first talk about cost, and then I'll talk about performance. So for cost, you really want to understand how people use your application. And that's the thing with logging frameworks. Basically, events happen. People typically only care about stuff that happened recently. Usually something happened is within the last day or two. That's where you want to spend your money. So one thing you can do is that you can store the data that's most commonly accessed in a hot cluster, and everything else pushed down to a lower cluster. So let's say you have two computers. The first one is for hot data, has the most CPU, the most RAM, the best SSDs, for example. And then anything past, let's say a week or so, you push to other computers that have less RAM, less CPU, and larger disks. So there's a little bit of trade-off for that, because if you search data that's older, obviously it can be slower, but you do save a lot of money doing that. The second thing to do is use S3 bucket storage. So this actually is one of the biggest innovations I think have happened in terms of storage, because your cost is so expensive for storing a large amount of data. Let's say you store multiple terabytes of data over time. That becomes tens of thousands of dollars pretty easily. But in S3, you actually become much, much cheaper. It's about a 90% reduction in cost in a lot of use cases. But you don't want to do that. You do not want to do that for frequent access data because you're charged per API access. So if you constantly access S3 data, you can actually end up paying more than you actually pay for disks. Oh, the third thing to do is use spot nodes. So spot nodes is a concept with Kubernetes, where basically people will pay for additional resources, but they actually can use it up. And then when people are not using the resources they paid for, the cloud providers will actually lease them out to other people to use in the meantime. One downside to using spot nodes is that you can actually be kicked out of the spot nodes at any time. So you really need to have a resiliency built in so you can really recover your cluster if you're kicked off one of the nodes, so you can be scheduled on a different node. But the cost reduction is actually really high. Usually you get about 50% to 90% of reduction in using costs. In terms of optimization for performance, so one thing I recommend is you want to have exactly 2 replicas. So you have a primary shard and a replica shard. So this means at any time, half your cluster can technically be down and you should be up and running. You do double the cost, but actually it's pretty useful. So that combined with spot nodes means you're paying way less infrastructure cost, but you also have a really high degree of resiliency. We've been running spot nodes for like years and actually being mostly fine, but sometimes you do run into trouble when spot nodes are just constantly being kicked off, so you actually do need permission like a real reserve node or on-demand node to really pay for that. But I think most of the time you're probably okay. For shard sizes, you want to have as many shards as you have CPUs allocated, because each CPU can search a shard in parallel, and the shard sizes should be between 20 and 50 gigabytes. This is done through empirical testing and plus a lot of numbers that Elasticsearch publishes. But it does vary from computer to computer, so you can want to experiment that a little bit. But generally, that's a pretty good guideline. Finally, if you do ingest the rate as we do, like several hundred megabytes per second, you need to use SSDs. I recommend magnetic storage from almost everybody because it's fast enough, because most things are cached in memory. But for SSDs, you really need SSDs for hundreds of megabytes per second for ingestion. And one thing to know about SSDs, they actually vary across the clouds. So for the same dollar in Azure, you probably get more storage, but you do get less IOPS. So one thing you actually hardly limited on is the IOPS for your cloud provider. Another thing to note that we learned is that the IOPS is based on the size of the SSD you provision. So let's say you only need like let's say like 1 terabyte SSD, but you actually need a higher IOPS than that. So you actually need to provision a 2 terabyte SSD. So even though you waste some space, you need to have that IOPS to support your operations. Another thing too is that if no one complains about your search speed, you can actually reduce the CPU and memory over time. We did that gradually over a period of several months. We're actually able to save a lot of CPU and memory just by doing that, because you don't need to spend that much money on the performance if no one complains about your cluster being slow. So there you go. All right, let's talk about security. Oh, and also maintenance. So maintenance actually is pretty easy. It's, there's an idea of ISM policy in OpenSearch, which basically allows the cluster to self-manage how you roll the data forward. So once you set that, saying like, hey, all this data lives in this awesome, really powerful box, and after that, it goes to gradually slower boxes, and eventually get pushed out. You can just do that. Once you set that, it pretty much is set and forget. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, you want to use GitOps for configuration because it's very easy for people to apply configuration and forget about them. So I think it's just good practice to do that. CI/CD is also very important for pushing this out in a timely manner. And finally, once you document the process, you can basically just relax and drill it, and then you're pretty much fine. For security, it's actually kind of like an ongoing process. You need to constantly think about access of different data. One of the biggest takeaways I had from previous jobs is that you want to have like a quarterly access review. So when I was at Amazon, every quarter people ask, hey, do you still have access to this? And if you don't answer back, they basically remove your access, just so people don't have access to things that you don't need. Oh yeah, also you have to roll out patches yourself, which is kind of, it's not that hard, it's just something you have to keep on doing because you build your own cluster. All right, so that's basically my presentation. Hopefully I give you a good idea of when to build versus when to buy, and when you do build, how to optimize for cost and performance. Oh yeah, and thank you very much to BSides for letting me do this talk, my mentors, and the people who are here to support me. That's the end of my talk. If you have any questions, please let me know. My name is George. Thank you. All right. Oh yeah, I've got a bonus slide with a bunch of references for technical references for best practices if you guys care about. So, all right. Thank you. Oh yeah, sure. The QR code will lead you to documentation. The QR code will leave it to us as well. Yeah, if you want that, that's my whole presentation. No problem. Yeah, good to talk to you. Thank you, guys.
something spooky I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something spooky I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something spooky I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something spooky I do for you. I'm just trying to give you something.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is officially afternoon. Welcome back to B-Sides Las Vegas. This is the Proving Ground track. I have Randall here, whose talk title is You Can Be Neurodivergent and Still Thrive in InfoSec. Just a couple of reminders. You've heard it many times before, but I have to say it again and again. Please make sure your phones are silenced or completely off out of respect for the speaker, as well as those joining us live on YouTube. This talk is being recorded as well as simultaneously live streamed. But without further ado, Randall, please take it away.
Thank you. I will also ask, yeah, I know you can take pictures of slides to try to not do that because it's kind of distracting. Anyway, thank you for being here. As he said, my name is Randall. The title is You Can Be Neurodivergent, InfoSec, and Thrive. A little bit about me. I'm an application security and vulnerability management engineer at Cover My Meds. I have a McKesson counterpart here. I'm sorry. I was diagnosed with being on the autism spectrum and generalized anxiety during the worst moment in the world, during the pandemic. I'm a video game, Lego, and book nerd. I just finished I'm 27th, I'm on my 28th book, probably going to finish it this afternoon, and I'll go into my 29th book out of 35 for the year. I'm also a technophile, way too many gaming handhelds. I actually have my Legion Go in my room, so I can play Baldur's Gate if I wanted to. Some facts. In 2021, the unemployment rate for college graduates with autism was about 85%, almost 20 times the national average, and about 22% of autistic adults are gainfully employed, meaning they can pay their bills and have some sort of money to live on afterwards. Why this topic? There's tons of articles written about how you get into InfoSec. You can say 30 days or take this course or lie on your resume. Don't do that, it's stupid. There's also a gap of neurodivergent talent within the InfoSec community. We tend to not go for the big roles because it puts us out there and we don't like being in front of things. Why am I here, essentially? So not everyone is a front of the house type of person. Again, the question probably comes through your mind, why is he doing this? Because it needs to be talked about. Not everyone is also suited to be a leader as it is currently, meaning you don't have to be that front of the pack person saying, hey, our team is going to do this. You can be a support role or a servant leader. We can change what it means to be a manager instead of one person leading and be a collective of people. So everyone makes a generalized agreement and go forth with all of this. And neurodivergent people get into tech for many reasons. Independence, range of topics, and to be honest, the money's quite well. So you want to work in InfoSec. Many say that InfoSec isn't really an entry-level field. It's quite true. But there are some caveats to that. It's hard to also break into this industry unless you have a connection of some sort. My connection was my manager. Luckily, I made that connection. It's even harder if you're socially awkward. Exactly. It can also be really difficult if you don't feel like you're a perfect fit. We've all been through job searches where you're like, okay, this doesn't work for me, so I'm not going to apply for this. Apply for it, because it's just basically throwing gel at the wall and see what sticks. Like I said on here, open recs for a role is scattershot, and most of the people who put those roles out there don't know what they're talking about. And we also have a particular set of skills, not killing things per se, unless it's a process. We're particularly suited for tech, because in my mind, InfoSec is a puzzle, and you got to figure out what pieces go where. I can also typically get through a thought process faster than my neurotypical counterparts, and it freaks them out sometimes, but that's what we're here for. Leadership typically also doesn't have neurodivergent people there. It's mainly neurotypicals thinking like, oh, we have to do it this way, this way, this way. But what about the other way? What about combining two into one step instead of the other step? Also, inherent understanding of things is not always good. I don't work well with an incomplete set of instructions. I have to keep telling my manager that, but he'll learn eventually. But which way to go? It's hard to really give guidance on this. It depends on what you want to do. Do you want to do disaster recovery? Do you want to do forensics? Do you want to do cryptography? As crypto means cryptography, not coins, because that's just stupid. There's so many facets. GRC, there's other stuff. Neurodivergent people typically find a thing, latch on until they burn out. So many times. And then they get back to it because that's what we do. And you can change the different specialities within it. For instance, I was doing application security. I still do it, but I'm also doing vulnerability management and asset management as well. So you can move throughout everything. And again, money, everything's expensive, and we like things. So the game is afoot. Let's get your shit together when you're looking for a job. What I've done is I created a spreadsheet when I was looking for a job to put things into categories. Who I've spoken to, what stage of the interview process are you in, the company name, and if it's a recruiter, ask for the company, because sometimes they're like, oh, it's this, our client. Who is the client? Because I don't want to work for an awful company. Ask for a salary, and if it's a job, ask for a job description if it's a cold call or just a random LinkedIn email, as we all get sometimes. So when you're interviewing, what I generally do if I'm interviewing, I send an email prior to introducing myself and asking for some accommodations. Like, hey, is it okay if I just, have my camera off for after the initial introduction period? Also, if you ask for accommodations, and they don't typically give them to you, that can clue you in sometimes on what the environment is like at the actual employer. If they say no, run. Like I said, if you ask to keep your camera off after the initial intro period, camera fatigue is real. 75% of the meetings I'm in at work, my camera's off because I look at myself in the camera and I see myself speaking and I look stupid, stop looking. So I typically try to keep my camera off. And if a person asks for accommodations for dress code, this does not mean show up in jammies. Just be as casual as possible, jeans, button down, or a polo. It's also okay to say no if you don't want a job. If you get to the end and you're like, okay, this isn't really going to fit for me, it's okay to say no. You're interviewing the company just as much as they're interviewing you. You have to make sure you fit there. And if the culture doesn't work or if you feel something's off, then generally your little spidey sense is generally true. But also, which one do you go with if you get more than one job interview or job offer? Decision fatigue is also real. That's why some people wear black and brown. Quick and easy, put it on. Or just saw someone tweet out about what their wardrobe looks like for Black Hat and DEF CON. It was black or white t-shirt, jeans, and shoes. Decision fatigue, just I know I'm going to wear the next day and go on. Create a list of pros and cons for the role. So, okay, this has decent benefits for health insurance because medicine is expensive. Mental health is also pertinent there too. What is their time off policy like? Is it permissive to just take time off when you need it, or do you have to accrue it? It all depends on what your needs are. And neurodivergent individuals may take a bit longer to make a decision, so be okay with sitting in that decision process. You don't have to jump to it because, oh, this is a $130,000 job offer. Yeah, but you may get $145,000 next one. So just take the time, think about it, go through the pros and cons. Also, it's okay to negotiate. Why do we just say yes, okay? They have the money, they're hiring you for a reason. Say, I want more money, or I need extra time off, or I need these accommodations. So, I'm in, he said in his best hacker voice. I call this one Nmapping the workplace. I'm hoping most of you know what Nmap is. If not, it's you Nmap a network. So basically you scan the network, see what's there, open ports, OS, and all that stuff. Micromanagement's not fun. I'm not a child. There's no children in here, so good. It can make you feel like you're not doing your job well, or make you feel like you don't know what you're talking about, so that constant nagging imposter syndrome is almost reinforced with something like that. Asking for frequent and constructive feedback. I like to know what I'm doing well and if I can improve, even if I'm doing well, because there's always room for improvement, no matter what it is. Also, making meetings better. I created a Confluence page at work that says how to make meetings better. Turn off your mic if you're not speaking. Don't talk over people. Wait a couple seconds before you respond to someone. If you are on camera, don't pick up your laptop and start running around. That's really distracting. And also, if you send out an invite to a meeting, please include an agenda. Most of us have trauma-based learning of, oh shit, we're gonna get fired because there's nothing on here and it's an important meeting that happens in 20 minutes. Send an agenda. It's not hard. Learning how to self-advocate for yourself. That's quite redundant, but it takes time to learn how to say, this is what I need, and be confident in it. And when you finally get a team that supports you and backs you, it makes all the world a difference. Also, be a servant leader. I hate that saying, but it's true. Be adaptive to your team's needs. If you're a leader, lead assuming good intentions. Don't read into people's speech pattern. I generally speak with a flat tone. Don't think I'm coming off as being an asshole or anything other than I'm answering your question. I'm being direct with you. Things go wrong. Humans are messy. People are going to be messy probably, I don't know, 8 o'clock the party starts or something like that? Messy. Honesty and trust is key also. If you lose trust with me, it's damn near impossible to get it back. So don't break trust with neurodivergent individuals. People are different, but for me, if trust is broken, good luck. So what's next? When learning, do you go over style or sustenance? That's a Tu Wong Fu reference, if you guys don't know what that movie is. Learning new things is fun, but can be very expensive. Ask me how I know. Several books. One can learn a myriad of ways: books, YouTube videos, trainings, certs, and yeah. I'm guessing people don't understand that reference. That's The King and I, Yul Brynner. Choosing your own adventure. There's no one correct way of learning. Everyone learns completely differently. Sometimes I can read a book and say, okay, I think I know what this is, and someone asks me a question from the same exact paragraph. I'm like, what? What do you mean? And someone has to literally sometimes point it out to what they were asking. Prescribing a one-size-fits-all learning course leaves out those who don't fit the mold. Thanks, McKesson. While there are drawbacks to individual learning, being flexible allows for greater absorption of the knowledge that may or may not be gleaned from it. Just randomly clicking through this is what a phishing email looks like doesn't work. How are we going to teach people to look for these? Instead of just saying, oh, this link looks weird, how about you open up the headers and see, does it say threat sim? Does it come from a different sender? There's different ways to learn about this for the normal person that's not really in technology can figure out, oh, this isn't real, I shouldn't click this. So, what's next? Is what's good for the goose good for the gander? What works for one may not work for everyone. The world is quite diverse. As we can see, there's different nationalities, gender identities here, everything. It runs the gamut. Understanding this and allowing to call your intentions help to expand your mind. Once you realize that you're not the only person in the world and we are a speck in an infinite reality, and depending on if you believe in the string universe theory, that decision will branch off to other branches. So what happens now, or even what happens next, we don't know. Neurodivergence doesn't present in any one certain way. And also, this industry is in dire need of a shakeup. More women, more people of color, more diversity within gender identities. Just everything needs to be changed. No more, old white men. Come on. And if you've met one person on the spectrum, you've met one person on the spectrum. We are all different. So, if not now, when? Be patient. Things take time. Your career is yours. Things don't happen overnight. If they do, you're either from apartheid South Africa or it's a lie. Also, keep moving forward. That's all you can do. So, that's about it for me. Questions? Yes?
So how do you support your teammates and advocate for them if they are neurodivergent, like in the workplace? Like what have you seen people do for you? And you're like, oh, like that actually helped me.
Yeah, so the question was, how do you help your coworkers self-advocate for themselves, or your manager, how can your manager also help advocate for you? Is a little bit of a sidestep of what's happened recently. My manager and I got on a call because something happened, and he's like, okay, I understand this is the process you need to go through, but realize that Randall is neurodivergent and things like this kind of are triggering for him, and how can we make sure going forward that people don't misunderstand that he's just saying what he's saying and doesn't mean it awfully or any kind of I can't think of the word right, just not being mean to people. I'm just making an offhand comment or just being completely direct, because people can read into that awfully. But yeah, it's good. Did I answer your question? Yes.
I've been called both direct and abrasive, and it depends on the environment in which it's applied. Like,
Exactly. For the stream, one second. For the stream, he said he's been called direct and/or abrasive, and it depends on what the environment calls for. Direct and abrasive is essentially the same thing. I'm sorry that you read into something that's not there. That's on you. Do you trying to figure out what's wrong with you first, and it's not my issue. Yes, sir.
You had mentioned accommodations and like having a camera off as one of them. Can you share some other accommodations that either you yourself request or things that you've already requested that other people might find helpful?
Yeah, the question was, what other accommodations have I requested for or of other people? To be honest, those are the only ones. So I tried to start at the bare minimum. And it not only helps us neurodivergent individuals, but also helps neurotypical people, because you get sidetracked and someone asks a question and someone chimes in on something and you just like, wait, what happened? Where are we going with this conversation? So yeah, I started with those base minimum things. I've been trying to branch into more McKesson, like, hey, you can't just throw meetings on calendars without saying what it's for. I understand that some things may be confidential, but try to drop a line somewhere, tell me what it's for, so I'm not freaking out. Yeah. I think he was next in the blue shirt.
It's normal when you recognize that you are a neurodiverse person. You start to see that in other people. And most people, they don't know they are neurodiverse as well. So in your work environment, how do you approach that people and start advocating for them and make them see that they have or they are that as well in order to promote and help them so from problems that they not aware of.
The question is, how do you approach people and spread basically evangelize neurodivergent accommodations, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay. Good question. I don't know, because I've been working in my team and then slowly branching out from there with the engineering teams around me. So stay tuned.
What are some green flags and red flags when you're doing a job search? Nice.
Question was, what are green and red flags during the search? It depends. Are you colorblind? Good question. I don't know the answer to that. Typically, if I read through, the one thing is we're a family. I'm sorry, I don't know if we can cuss, but no, the fuck we're not. We're coworkers. We're here for a reason. We're going to do a job. We're not. Yes, we're a team. We can get along. We can be close friends inside of work, but once work time stops, that connection is severed for me. Like I'll be friendly towards people, but I'm not going to be like, oh, let's go to your house on the weekend. No, I go to my partner's house. Sorry. Yeah. I believe we did, but layoffs.
It might be a green flag.
Yeah.
They have employees already at DNI.
You're looking for, like, at a job description, you find a company's got a D&I function, is that a green flag for you?
D&I.
Diversity inclusion.
Oh, I've heard DEI, but that might be a pejorative to some.
Yes. That also is correct.
I think so. The DEI person that was at Cover Meds was let go during what we call the culling or the happening. So there are resource groups, employee resource groups within like Greater McKesson. It's shit. But with some companies throwing it out because it's a bad word now, looking you, Tractor Supply, so some may have it, some may not, but I mean, do your research. Glassdoor reviews are a great thing, even if some may be lying. Just Google. Don't LLM it because it'll tell you what you want to hear. I think we're almost close to any other questions.
As far as application processes, they always have the disability question. You know, it's a yes, no, or don't want to answer. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to lie and say no, and I don't want to bias or don't want to answer. You know, it's kind of, how much do you think that plays into the process?
The question is disclosing potential disabilities on application paperwork. It's up to the applicant. You do not have to disclose it. If you get into the role and you say, hey, I'm asking for these accommodations for a reason, if they try to push into it, that's illegal. They can't ask why. You don't have to disclose your disability. And asking accommodations is good for everyone, not just neurodivergent individuals.
Do you think there's actually an industry bias? It's kind of hard to
Yes, there's absolute bias.
I've always put it that I don't know the answer. Like, I don't give them a yes or a no. I'm looking at it from a personal privacy perspective for all of the questions. Like, it doesn't matter what they're asking at that point. It's not something that is mandatory. Like, I must actually give them a qualified response. It's not worth it. And because at a job application level, we're not even in a relationship yet.
Yeah.
We're just learning. So I don't want them to have that information about me. Should be able to say until we're actually in a work environment.
It's after 7-8 months of rejection. It's like, but you're wondering what's holding you back. And,
Yeah.
I just need to get in.
Hello.
Hello.
You're comfortable talking about being neurodivergent yourself,
Hmm?
but it is also a medical diagnosis.
It is.
It's just the same as having AIDS or anything else, right?
Yes.
A lot of people don't want to talk about what their personal stuff is.
Yeah.
Is it on you to advocate for yourself, or are you comfortable with others within your organization advocating for you? Do you feel like you grant them permission to do it first? Like you said, your boss says, these are triggering for Randall. Others might not be so cool with that. Like, hey, boss, I told you that in private. How do you navigate those sort of social situations, I guess?
It depends on the trust level with your manager. Because if you don't really trust your manager, you're not going to kind of trust it. Also, I'm comfortable with it because I saw the need for side conversation. Psst. Hey, guys. Gentlemen, please. I talk about it because I saw a need for it. There was a huge gap in accommodating people because technology goes fast and it goes through people faster. So, I mean, it all depends on what company it is, again, your manager, how comfortable he is or she is or they are with who you are. And it also depends on if you want to actually disclose it. You don't have to. If it helps, do it. But it all depends on who you are in your circumstances. I hope that's a good enough answer. Yeah.
Would it be okay if I provide a second opinion on that question? So a good rule of thumb, if you're dealing with a specific individual, ask that individual, talk to that person, say, hey, so if you're the person disclosing, say, hey, I'm sharing this with you. I would rather you not share it with anyone, or I'm sharing this with you so you can help advocate for me. If you're on the other side and someone has shared with you, make sure and explicitly ask them if they don't say. Say, is this something you'd like me to keep private? Is there something I can do to help advocate for you? What can I do? Do you want to signal me? Do you want me to always do it? And that's true of not just neurodivergence, but anything. If somebody discloses something to you and asks for your support, this is something that happens to women a lot in tech, is that there's a lot of unasked for support in some areas, and then in other areas, we're not getting the support we need. So sometimes we need someone to say, hey, did you hear what she just said? Or what this person just said, or whatever. And sometimes that's kind of patronizing and we don't need that. And so talking to the person involved is the most important thing here because everyone is different and every situation is different.
Absolutely, yeah.
Very well. Thank you, Randall, very much.
Thank you.
Let's give him another round of applause.
I'm just trying to give you something smoky to phone in. I'm just trying to give you something. I'm just trying to give you something smoky to phone in. I'm just trying to give you something.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome to A New Host Touches the Beacon. Let's do a quick question. Has anybody here played a little game called Skyrim? Cool. Has anybody played Skyrim with mods? All right, even better. You're gonna love this. I'm excited to talk to you today about how we combined our passion for video games and hacking and applied the hacker mindset to explore the landscape of one of our favorite games in a brand new way. Just a quick note, I will share a link at the end that contains the original blog post and these slides. My name is Devin Clary. I'm also known as a Romac. I am a penetration tester, and I've been taking a crack at this cybersecurity thing for about 6 years now. And down below is my better half, partner in crime, Marlowan Clary, and also known as Isney. She cannot be here today due to a last-minute family emergency, so all that means for this talk is that you're just stuck with me for the whole thing. She did earn her place to remain on the slide as she is important to the story. Really, I just couldn't figure out how to remove her without breaking the whole slide, but we won't tell her that. We're both big fans of Skyrim, and this all started as she was gearing up to start a new playthrough. To summarize Skyrim real quick, Skyrim is a very large single-player, open-world, role-playing game that's full of quests, landscapes, magic, and dragons. So what makes Skyrim a great candidate for this project? Well, almost 13 years after release, people just keep playing this game. Why? Well, partly because they keep focusing on making content for the Fallout series and not giving us Elder Scrolls 6 anytime soon, but also one of the greatest attractions of Skyrim is the modding community. So let's talk about mods for a second. Mods are developed by fellow players and third-party developers to modify and alter some aspects of the video game. And for Skyrim, there's just so many mods out there. Enhancements to character creations, cosmetics, new quest lines, graphics, and textures, like you see in the screenshot here on the side, comparing a non-modded scene versus a modded scene. So there she was, Isney, looking to start her 11th playthrough of Skyrim, and as she was browsing through the mods, she notices virus scan safe to use label on the website. And that made her curious. What does an unsafe Skyrim mod look like? So we started talking about it. And the timing was perfect because then I was just starting to get into studying malware development, and I thought of this idea that would be a great challenge. Isney said, and I quote, "I cannot even play this game until we figure out this mystery." So we began planning out on how we were going to make this happen. Some may even ask, is anyone even playing Skyrim anymore? At the time of this recent screenshot, there were more than 24,000 people playing the game. The game has around 22 million owners and had an all-time peak of 287,000 plus players on release. Now keep in mind, these stats only reflect the Steam platform on PC. So not console, GOG, Alexa, fridge, lawnmower, or wherever the hell you could play Skyrim anymore these days. Now keeping those numbers in mind, let's take a look at the bottom part of the slide. Exploring within a popular mod website, we see that both versions of Skyrim have more than 60,000 mods available to download and more than 6.5 billion downloads combined. How does one even make a mod for Skyrim? There's two popular ways to get started making a mod. The first one is using what's called the Creation Kit, and this was released by Bethesda Game Studios with some restrictions and very limited coding languages. Then we have SKSE, which stands for the Skyrim Script Extender. This is a community-made mod platform that allows Skyrim mods to be developed in C++. So now that we have covered some of the basics, the question was, can we make Skyrim summon external programs in Windows by conjuring something to trigger it? Or in other words, can we make Windows execute something based off of an in-game event? The answer is yes, and I'll show you how in just a minute, so I'll have to borrow a line from Todd Howard here and ensure you it just works. But first, we just needed to figure out what conditions should be met in the game for our code to execute. And since our end goal is to execute a C2 beacon, we decided with going and picking up Meridia's beacon in the game. Meridia's beacon is a quest item that spawns into the world once the player hits level 12. Once this item is found and picked up by the player, that loud voice comes through, probably through your headset, and says, "A new hand touches the beacon." Known to Skyrim players to be trolled by this experience. So, what do we need besides Skyrim? We've tested this on the GOG and the Steam version of the game, so either one of those should work fine. We also need SKSE that we just talked about, the Skyrim script extender, Visual Studio to compile our code, VCPKG, which is just a C++ package manager, a scripting template available on GitHub just to get us started, our proof of concepts that we've put up on our GitHub, and finally, a C2 framework. And for this project, we chose to go with Havoc. Here, we see an example of local code execution. This entire code just says, do something when a hit event is registered. And the only purpose of lines 8 through 11 are to open the Windows Calculator app. So putting this logic together, we say, when we hit someone in the game, open the Windows Calculator app. I think we're ready to check out a quick video of what this actually looks like. So here we go. We're running into the village like a maniac, smacking an NPC in the face, boom, calculator. This is an exciting milestone when developing any kind of malicious code, because if we can get something like calculator to run, we can get just about anything that we want to run, as we will see soon enough. Since everything in this project revolves around picking up Meridia's beacon, we needed to find a way to obtain the beacon item other than hitting level 12 and running all over the world looking for it. To figure out how this game interacts with its objects, we went down this rabbit hole of form IDs and base IDs. So I'll try to summarize this concept the best I can. Form IDs are unique identifiers for everything in the game, so everything has one. Everything from quests, NPCs, dragons, followers, lockpicks, you name it, it's got one. Now this matters because we're going to cheat the system a little bit. We're going to be using an in-game console system and just spawn the beacon item in front of the character instead of spending all those hours looking for it in the world, right? As you can see in this slide, we found Meridia's beacon form ID pretty easily on the web, Elder Scrolls Wiki page, and that is the 4E4E6 you see here. Next, we're just going to use some logging techniques to find out how the game generates a copy of Meridia's beacon and how the game tracks that item. Here's the meat of the logging script we use to log how the game is able to identify Meridia's beacon item in the world. We compile this in Visual Studio to a DLL, and then we load that DLL into our Skyrim game. Okay, let's take a look at a video that will help us get the final value that we need. Here, we're going to use that in-game console to spawn the beacon with a specific command, player.placeAtMe 4E4E6, which is that form ID that we just found. And that beacon will be placed in front of the character. The character picks up the beacon, and then we're just going to completely exit out of the game for now. The objective here is to locate and review the logs located within the game's directory. This will show us how the game recognizes the copy of Meridia's beacon that we just spawned. Here we find that new value, or the base ID, for the Meridia beacon item listed here at 320742. Moving forward, we will utilize this new value to finish our quest. So we go back into the source code of our mod experiment, and we start figuring out how do we use that base ID that we just got to expand on our malicious mod. We see here in line 22, towards the bottom of the image, we start implementing this if statement or if condition that says, if an in-game object that matches this specific ID, 320742, is activated or picked up by the player, execute this following code. Let's take a look at lines 10 and 11 towards the top of the screenshot. We see here this is just where the attacker would put in their IP address and their listening port number. The rest of the script is simply just reverse shell code obtained from the ever-resourceful World Wide Web. Let's see this in action. First, we quickly see a netcat listener on port 8000. We go back into the game, we use that console system again to spawn the item. Hopefully, on a flat enough surface, the roundish beacon item doesn't just roll away on us. The character is going to pick it up, we'll switch back, Bam, we have a reverse shell. Cool. Mission accomplished, right? We'll check the IP address listed here with the one shown against on the desktop to make sure they match. So reverse shells are nice, right? They do the job, but we couldn't help but ask ourselves, what can we do to take this concept a step further? As mentioned before, the in-game item is called Meridia's Beacon, so in the oh-so-jolly spirit of the lulz, we're going to upgrade this reverse shell to a command and control beacon. We're using Havoc C2 straight off of GitHub, and notice here that we're using the Windows shellcode format for the agent, which is going to generate a binary file. If you ever tried viewing a binary file as a plain text, you'll recognize this format of encrypted beauty seen at the top of the slide. But how do we get this binary code into our malicious C++ Skyrim mod code? In comes a program called XXD to save our day. XXD is a command line tool that primarily used for creating and analyzing hexadecimal dumps from files. All we had to do was utilize this command line tool to convert the binary file contents to a hexadecimal represented on the left side of the screen. Then we place that shellcode within the C++ mod shellcode placeholder seen in the red box on the right side of your screen. From here, in Visual Studio, we simply build the code, load the mod into Skyrim, and check the results. This time, we set up 3 separate virtual machine instances, each running Skyrim, all with our new beacon mod installed. We set up Havoc on one Ubuntu virtual machine, and then one by one, we cycle through each virtual machine, each instance of Skyrim, bring up that console command system, spawn the beacon item that triggers our code on pickup. We can see in the video here that each beacon executes separately and successfully calls back to our Havoc C2 server. This is a very small scale demo for a proof of concept, but imagine this kind of functionality already hidden within the popular mod. You'd be seeing a lot more beacons here. And now that we have all 3 beacons, we go through the IP addresses one by one and verify with each Windows host IP address that we see on the desktop. This is definitely cooler than a standard reverse shell. But again, how can we take this concept a step further? So we just demonstrated figure 1 with separate instances of Skyrim running within separate virtual machines. But what if we were able to turn Skyrim into a multiplayer game, where all players are synced to the same server in the same world instance? Of course, this is Skyrim, so there's a mod for that too, called Skyrim Together. Let's see what happens when we chain that mod with our mod to further the chaos. Here we see a blank Havoc user interface, no beacons running. And now we're going to simulate 3 players in the game on the same server at the same location. Bear with me here as I cycle through each player to show full control. One of these players is going to simulate as our cyber criminal. And the first thing this player is going to do is open up that console system and spawn 3 of those malicious beacon items straight into his inventory. Next, this player is going to go and drop off 2 of those malicious beacons into a random barrel and keep one for himself. We'll now swap over to the second player, and we're going to have this player go to that same barrel and pick up one of those malicious beacon items. This player is going to open their inventory and show everybody that they do indeed have the beacon item in their possession. The last player will repeat the same steps. It's going to go to that same barrel, pick up one of those malicious beacon items, and expose their inventory to show us all that they have it. Perfect. Now let's switch back to Havoc server and see what happened. We successfully find all 3 malicious beacon callbacks. Excellent. So we built this code off of a pre-existing in-game item, but just imagine the kind of possibilities with proper mod support. Like, for example, new spells could be created, and when it strikes another player, this kind of malicious code could execute, almost like a twisted game of tag for hackers. And maybe this is all too much, and maybe like a stealthier approach is desired to be taken. Let's take a look at a different path where instead of a reverse shell or a beacon, maybe we just run some basic system enumeration commands on the target. Also, to change things up and to show the flexibility of this concept, we change the if condition to execute only when the player dies, so getting rid of the Meridia beacon thing altogether. So only when the player runs out of health, represented in code by the first box, our new code executes and performs a handful of enumeration commands on the target and then stores those results into a local file. And all of that's represented by the bigger box. Once all those results are collected, that file is then sent to a remote HTTP server set up by an attacker. So let's get a visual of this concept and see what kind of information those commands are able to give us. At the bottom right of the screen, we see this troublemaker get what's coming to him by the fine citizens of Riverwood. As the player goes down, take a look at the top left of the screen, we see a new file gets populated on the HTTP server. Nice. The game continues to run, completely clueless of what just happened. Let's review what kind of juicy details the attacker was able to obtain from the victim. For the best demo of this, instead of using like a test environment, I actually ran this on a computer that's used day to day and just redacted anything sensitive. Details obtained included local username, local admin accounts, personal username and email accounts for various services such as like Microsoft, Adobe, GitHub. There is even some of my remote desktop IP addresses and usernames saved here. Next, we find the good old system info results, informing us of the target's operating system and security patches installed. Not shown here, but we could have just as easily obtained like third-party software that's installed on this host, helping a malicious actor discover various attack paths. Here we see SMB shares available to this specific host. These kinds of details can give an intruder a decent idea at mapping out the target's environment. And finally, my favorite part. Here we see an example of stored Wi-Fi SSIDs and their plaintext passwords from the target host. I've even set up an example just for this talk, seen here named BsidesDemo, and a password shown at the bottom, BsidesDemo password. Well, folks, our quest has been completed, and we have reached the conclusion of this talk. Hopefully, what you take away from today's talk is just a reminder that code is just that. It's just code. And when you're so busy staying vigilant all day, doing everything in your power to stay safe from cyber criminals, it's just so easy to sink into your favorite pastime and forget that malicious code comes in many different forms, including video game mods that can look quite attractive for your next playthrough. I hope you walk away with the knowledge that not even the gray beards of High Hrothgar could provide you Dragonborners, and by the night, have a fantastic B-Sides. I do want to give a quick thank you to B-Sides for letting me stand up here and talk about our project, and a big thank you for all of you who came to see it. No lollygagging, there's only a few minutes for questions, and please feel free to visit us on our website, hexbitheads.com, to find this blog, these slides, and check out more of our adventures. Thank you. I don't know if do we do the microphone thing in here? Do we have one of those?
I can shout.
Sure.
Just curious on like the viability. Did you try like uploads to like Nexus mods or anything like that?
A part of me wanted to, but no, I didn't go that far. Yes?
Do you have knowledge of this being exploited in the wild, the mods that are actually being used by good actors?
I don't. And the hard thing is, and I thought about this, is like analyze this one. If you wanted to try and test mods out there, how would you even do that? Because you can run the mod, you can execute the game, and you can play for hours, and it may not actually trigger anything. Like this example, it doesn't even trigger until you hit level 12, and you pick up the Meridia's beacon. So you could be hours into the game before you even notice, right? So, good question. Yo.
So are the mods not source available on like the modding sites?
They're
It's like running a binary and hoping it's not optimized?
typically they're compiled in DLLs.
So no.
No, right. Yeah.
How portable is this? So my 9-year-old son plays Skyrim on the Switch.
Okay. Mhm.
Or, how transferable is it?
At least to the last of my knowledge, since this does require that SKSE framework, I do not believe that's available on console platforms. I believe that is PC only. Cool. Thank you. Anything else? Yep.
Do you think other games based on the same
Engine.
could have the same vulnerability?
I believe the other one was Fallout 4, that they have an SKSE version of Fallout 4. I have not tested it myself for this proof of concept, but I'm sure with some tweaking it would probably be very similar, yes. Yep.
For that multiplayer demo, do they all have to have the mod installed or just the server?
They all had have the mod installed, yes. Yep.
Just curious, because there's so many mods, is there any kind of scanning or health or any kind of like proactive, I guess,
So Nexus does some form of scanning, which was almost making me curious if I upload mine what happened, but I didn't. But when we did this is not known or signatured, right? So even Windows Defender didn't care. I mean, so I think it would be pretty difficult to track something down. When you talk about over 60,000 mods and trying to, if you're on the Reddit or something, you see playthroughs that are 400 plus mods easily. It's a lot. Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
On that multiplayer demo, would it be possible to get the server to set the mod in that, or do you have to install the mod from the game?
You could, I'm sure you could inject the server. I did play with it a little bit. I didn't get far enough to make that kind of proof of concept, but I'm sure you could figure out a way to, even if you had to redirect and have it download elsewhere. But yeah, I'm sure. Yep.
What's the limitation? And you work with mostly command prompt tools. Could you use PowerShell? Could you use WinRM? What's the limitation?
As long as it compiles in C++, yeah, and executes there. I did use CMD because specifically the netsh command that took the Wi-Fi stuff, that was the only thing I got to work, and that took a little tinkering. But sure, I'm sure you have a PowerShell alternative as you wish. Yeah.
This might be just a guess question. Do you know how many Skyrim installs are on corporate machines versus personal? Yeah, I'm just asking for a friend.
I guess it depends on where you work and what you're doing on late night shifts and when you're supposed to be working, but no, don't have any numbers like that. And if you haven't already, I do have a couple sticker things left, but yes, go ahead.
Do you have any ideas as to potential defenses against techniques like this? Like, is this something that SKSE could be patched to not allow arbitrary executables to be run, something like that, or is this something that is really only determined by the content of the mod itself?
There probably could be some defenses built on SKSE, but we do also have to give those guys enough credit because they put in a lot of work to get to as far as they did. So anything beyond that, I mean, it's just, it's hard to try to convince somebody to sandbox Skyrim for an entire playthrough to make sure you don't have any listeners pop up, right? That's insane. Yeah.
In that same line of questioning about that for it, did you look at any logging or anything to see just Skyrim.exe, the parent process for system calls?
Skyrim, yes, Skyrim SE.exe because it was using the special edition.
Right.
Yes. Cool. Good? Awesome. Thank you so much for coming again. I got a couple more sticker packages up here if you didn't get one.
Jason O'Doom. Let's give him a hand.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming to this talk. This is a bit of a clickbait in real life because there is no secret role of Nicks and Flakes, but I hope it'll be interesting enough for you to, consider this. Oh, by the way, there's a QR code here. There'll be one in the next slide. So if you want to follow along, go ahead. So yeah, this is our agenda for today. This is what we're going to discuss. Basically, what I want to talk about is, why Nicks, right? Why this is important to me, why you should care about this. So I started out with Nicks about 2 years ago. It was sort of out of annoyance. As a longtime Linux user, specifically an Ubuntu user, I was frustrated with having to, after reinstalling the distro, having to install all my packages and stuff, right? Regardless of whether or not I scripted up a solution, right? I had, finicky scripts and whatnot, right, to get my environment, everything back to my liking. Over time, I grew, annoyed by that, and it just wasn't good enough to manage. So I discovered Nicks when I was sort of like in a DevOps space for a bit by mistake, and I ignored it because I was like, why would I use this, right? This is a bit complicated, right? And it is, right? It's intimidating. It's very steep, has a very steep learning curve, but it's worth checking out, right? It has a lot to offer. If you're a user of Homebrew as a Mac user or a Linux user, Brew is just basically a package manager for Unix, right? It doesn't always only support Mac OS. You can use it on Linux as well, but you can install packages, same way you can use like apt, which is specifically for Debian distributions, or Yum, etc. Nicks is like that, right? Nicks started off as a package manager, but also it's an operating system, a build system, and of course, language. So yeah, software security with Nicks. So there's a problem with software security. And the issue is it hasn't really changed that much, in my opinion, right? We think of DevOps and we think of the problem that DevOps itself tries to solve, right? Which is mainly a cultural issue, right? In the past, developers, would develop and then move the final product, move the source to production, right? But that's not efficient, right? You have to test your code, right? And DevOps is like, we're going to change the culture of that. We're gonna move our code through different phases, right? Before we push to production, right? We're going to test our code through different, different stages, right? Dev, then testing and staging, right? And then production. So, in my opinion, the way we develop now needs to be reformed, right? There are a bunch of tools that don't care about dependencies. They especially don't care about security, and they don't really force the developer to think about security. So yeah, this provides more information in regards to what I was talking about, about the current situation of development. If you're a developer, think about using a package manager like NPM, right? Out of the box, what does it offer you to track your dependencies or to place emphasis on just caring about if they're up to date, right? Because your task, I understand, is just the code, and maybe it's not your job to think about if security is important, because you're not tasked. But in my opinion, Nicks empowers you not to only think about that, but it helps to take some of that load off, right? Some of that work away from you. So Nicks, as I mentioned, is a package manager. It started off as a package manager, then it became an operating system, and of course, it's a language. So Nicks OS, the operating system, combines the language and the package manager into one sort of like entity, right? So all these features are built in together. When we talk about declarative, what it means to be declarative, you have this configuration file that defines everything. You know, what users exist on the system, the programs available, you know, what SSH keys each user should have, right? Public keys and whatnot. You know, what desktop environment you want to use GNOME. You know, you can define that declaratively. So one configuration to rule them all. And that's what I like. That's what I was looking for when I wanted to, you know, go away from bash scripts, right? And just have something that, you know, one file, right, that will allow me to back up my system and move to somewhere else, right, whether it's a different machine or, you know, locally or a server. This solves a lot of my issues personally. I know it does for a lot of companies and other people as well. So some of the security benefits that you have for Nix include sandboxing, right, isolation. When we build a package, it's in a sandbox. It can be touched. When you think about, you know, a derivation, which is all an Nix file is, a Nix expression. It's also called a derivation. It's just a set of instructions for how to build a package. Nix requires you to define a lot. We'll get into that later. So yeah, this is going to be an overview of Nix and Nix Flakes. I'll talk about Nix, you know, I guess the classic derivation, and then why Nix Flakes. So yeah, I mentioned Nix is a package manager. You can install any application you want, similar to other package managers like apt or brew, but it also provides you with the, you know, with the ability to roll back. You know, if you think about the concept of atomicity, you can roll back to a previous version if you don't like, you know, the changes that a new package provides. Or even in the example of NixOS, right? If you build a new configuration, you can also roll back your whole system based on, you know, new installed packages. I will also talk about the Nix store later, because the Nix store is where all the packages are stored. And it sort of makes different, not necessarily different opinions, it doesn't follow the Unix hierarchy, you know, the file system structure. Everything is stored in a separate location. Yeah, so this is some of the things, you know, that I mentioned. So something to think about, right, for Nix, if you know, build a new configuration, you're probably thinking, man, doesn't this take up a lot of space in my system, right? Because if I build a package, right, or if I upgrade to a new package, and I'm no longer using it, will it just disappear? And of course, the answer is no, right? Because we care about, you know, atomicity. We care about, you know, keeping things available, right? So we can switch to them later on. But if you don't need them, you know, Nix has a great command called Nix garbage collect, and it'll just remove what you don't need, freeing up space. So it's not, you know, an issue. So yeah, Nix Flakes are, you know, is the, I guess, modern way to think about derivations. Of course, Nix itself is portable, right? I can take a derivation, I can share it with someone, but here's the issue. You have to figure out how to build it, right? What if, you know, what if there are no instructions given to me by, you know, the user, right, or the writer, right? If I get a derivation, like what flags do I need to build it with? What options do I need, right? A flake is basically another level of that, right? It sort of like fixes the problems associated with that. You don't have to do any guesswork. Everything is defined. Everything is sort of like given to you, right? It increases portability. So here's what I'll say regarding, you know, the current state, right, of Nix itself. So there are two commands. One is nix-build, and one is just nix build. And you're probably wondering, like, why do you need two commands to, you know, build a package in Nix, right? So nix-build is the modern way, right? It tries to fix all the mistakes that nix-build created, all the things that it doesn't address. It tries to address them, tries to fix them. Of course, yes, you still have to use nix-build because default.nix files still exist, right? If you look at nix packages, which is like a huge collection of just packages in general. If you think about Debian or AUR, the Arch user repository, right? You have a repository of packages. Like think about your favorite package. Let's say MC, Vim, whatever package you use. Nix has a huge repository on GitHub. That repository is called Nix packages, and it has a bunch of packages. I think it's like number 2. I think it's number 2, second to the AUR. So it's pretty huge. Lots of contributors, lots of developers, and it's really useful, and it's sort of a built-in Blocker foundation when it comes to derivations or flakes. You can build a flake remotely. You don't have to clone it, right? It comes with a special command. You can run a flake. You can show a flake. You can see what outputs it provides you. But having to actually like copy and paste the flake and then open a file and paste in its contents, or just clone a repository, right? Something to mention is Nix packages. Nix packages is a monorepo, right? So if you were to clone it yourself, you're going to be waiting a couple of minutes, depending on your network connection and system in general. So unless you're looking to contribute to the repository itself, you probably don't want to do that. But that's not even necessary to mention, actually, because if you have Nix installed anyway, you can just install a package. You don't have to actually clone repository. But that's just something to keep in mind. So I probably should have mentioned this in the beginning. This talk is only 25 minutes. There's a lot of things I'm not going to cover. You're not going to leave out of here and be a Nix expert, right? This is just to show you, hey, this is what's possible. This is what's available to you. This is what you can do when you go home, when you go to work. For your personal projects, something to just think about. I want to look at different aspects. I'll show you different aspects of Nix itself, and you can choose just what to pay attention to. If you go home and uninstall Brew and just use Nix as a Brew replacement, personally I'll be disappointed, but that's your prerogative, right? You have that freedom to do it, but you'll be sitting on a technology that's way more powerful than what you're using it for. So yeah, this is a traditional Nix expression. Something I realized when I was looking back at these slides was I actually didn't link to a configuration example, configuration.nix. So configuration.nix is also just a derivation, right? And these are just instructions on how to build, a package. Configuration.nix specifically is how to build a system. You can, as I mentioned previously, define the user, define a desktop environment. If you wanted to assign, SSH key to a user, you can do that programmatically through the Nix expression, the Nix language. You can think about all the things you can do in Unix, from invoking, a shell on login for a specific user, right? Think about your little environment variables, right? Custom environment variables or dot files. This is also one of my pet peeves, right? It's so difficult to manage all these little things, right? As Unix users, we love to customize stuff. We love the freedom that it provides us. But, management is not very easy sometimes, and you get lazy, right? In my opinion, this is one, the one tool to rule them all, because it provides us with all these benefits. You don't have to rely on any other third-party tool, because this can also be your operating system, right, and provide you with these, features. So the first link is just an example of the configuration syntax. You can also write a flake.nix to do the same thing. There's some examples on GitHub. If you wanted to look at my GitHub, you can too. But there are many ways to do this. And the second one is just a link to this specific derivation. And this one is just for, I believe, a Python package. So I'm not going to click on it just because this is a, this is a presentation. Anything can go wrong, my computer can freeze, or it just won't load quick enough, and the time is ticking here. But what I want to show you here is like we're just defining how to build a Python package, right? We have the name of the package, right? Well, first we have the arg set, right? Dependencies that we need. So when we say something is functional, right, we care about its inputs and its outputs, right? Nix expects, first it expects, in regards to security, for you to have a hash, right? It can't do anything if you don't have a hash. And we'll get back to that later. But we see that we have the arg set, and then we have instructions for how to build this specific Python package. And we have, version information, and we have, we're using fetch from GitLab, so I guess you can imagine what that means, right? We're grabbing this package from GitLab. There's also many other fetchers, like fetch from GitHub. We're defining the user, the owner, and the package name, of course, the version and the hash that I mentioned. That's really, really important. And these are some build phase options, like pre-configure, which might look familiar to Unix users among us when building packages. But also pay attention to that, the meta section, right? We have a homepage description, all this other stuff. And think about like what it means, right? We'll get into SBOM later, but all this stuff is really important for SBOM. Yeah, and this is similar to the previous example. That one was the classic example, the derivation. This is the Nix flake example. This is the modern way. I should mention that Nix flakes are experimental, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't use them. You should totally use Nix flakes. They're really fun, and they're extremely useful. As I mentioned, you can build a Nix flake remotely. You don't actually have to download a file or copy the flake itself. If you have Nix installed, here's a command on the bottom. For example, if you want to see what the outputs for this AWSSH package, just do Nix flake show GitHub, and then sysgov is the owner, and then the repo is AWSSH. We can see that this built on Darwin, right? Built on Linux and the different architectures supported. And when I was looking back at this, I realized that I actually didn't have in the flake itself, it didn't actually define a dev shell. So I went back and added a dev shell just to make it easier as a better example. But the code on the left will still build a dev shell. Oh, actually, I should explain what a dev shell is. So there's a command called nix develop, right, which will put you in an environment with all the dependencies of the package, so you can, develop on it. So forget about installing a dependency. Just think about when you're writing code, you need a dependency to build your application. Forget about installing that system-wide, right? And just having this one file that will just have it available in this isolated environment. So let's think about this from a security perspective. If you were to install a library on your system, right, that relies on other packages, that library was, had a vulnerability, right? It will just increase the attack surface, right? This library that depends on other applications. But if you have this, you don't have to necessarily worry about that because, it's all in one place. Yeah, and this is the Nix file system. Basically, all the outputs of your application are hashes. And this is how it verifies, via integrity, that what you built is secure, right? So everything that you build, you'll always get the same result. All the outputs will never change. Essentially, is what I'm trying to say. You look at something like Docker. Docker isn't very reliable, right? The output, when you do Docker build, it really depends on the environment, right? If the environment changes, your package is not gonna build accurately, right? Like works on my system is definitely a thing that Docker doesn't solve, but Nix solves, right? For Docker, you have to look at other things, right? The tags, right? If the image changes, you can't expect the same results, for you to get the same results. So Nix, fixes that. So let's look at salsa before we dive into SBOM. So when we're talking about source integrity, we're talking about the hashing aspect of Nix, right? Nix expects a hash, right, to verify that the packages that you give it, are not necessarily secure, but verifiable, right? So this is also another example of a derivation, but we're skipping all the arg sets, we're skipping everything. We're just looking at, the Python package, right, and the name. If you try to build this with a hash, it's going to complain. It's going to give you a hash, and then that's the hash that you paste in. So when we talk about build script integrity, we talk about, we want to focus on, the things that are provided to us, right, as Nix users and Nix, builders. So, basically, if I have, for example, this derivation, right, if I want to build it, right, Nix has different features like sandboxing that ensures that regardless of what happens to my system, right, the package will not be affected, right? The build output, the build result. And actually, that's part of the integrity part, build environment integrity, right? The sandboxing, right? Which goes back to my Docker example, which Docker doesn't support or actually provide. So provenance and reproducibility, I can send a flake, right, to someone. Someone can grab a package and build on a different system, and they'll always get the same output. They always get the same result. Nothing, will change, right? You can build it as many times as you want, as long as the package doesn't change, right? Dependencies don't change. The build, is reproducible. Something I want to mention too. So there's a term. So some of you are probably thinking, why would I use those build systems? Are there other build systems, right? I guess you can say one of the drawbacks, right, of Nix is it will build every component of a package, right? If something changes, it's going to build the whole package, right? Even if it's just a small component, it's going to have to build the whole thing again. So that's probably the downside. There are other build systems. I imagine someone will probably ask about that, but we can get to that later. Yeah, so salsa and Nix level 4, right? So we have this derivation, right? And it's going to show us, where it is in Nix store. And of course, this connects with SBOM, right? This is just an example of the output. So if you look at the derivation, if we, just choose a random package in our Nix store, it'll give us all these options, right? The environmental variables that are provided, right? And some different options that are within the derivation themselves, including the name. So basically everything that's defined, all the arguments in the derivation, the outputs we see here. So I wanted to focus on static and dynamic analysis. There are, I know this is like an important topic for some people, and there are programs that you can actually make use of in Nix itself. This is something that isn't done automatically or built in, but it's something that can enhance your Nix experience. So, we just have different tools like Clang and Valgrind, right? You can integrate them within, your Nix flakes. And now we're going to get to SBOM. Because if you remember when I showed you the example Flake, we have the meta section, not to mention the outputs of the Nix store and how it provides you with all this information, right? It's essentially doing what SBOMs can do. So I figured I'd link to this blog post here, Nix as software identifier, because I think it's the perfect conclusion for this presentation, because it basically sums up what I've been trying to talk about, right? Why you would use this, Of course, there are tools that you can use for SBOM themselves, but Nix also provides you with those outputs, right, with that information. And below are those additional tools as well. Yeah, so this is the conclusion. If you want to install Nix, go to the Nix installer. I recommend a Terminate Systems installer. If you want to learn Nix, go to nix.dev. If you want to try Nix, maybe replace your OS, go to nixos.org. Thanks to CyberJenny for helping me prepare for this presentation. She worked with me a lot. This is proven ground. I'm a first-time speaker, so this was, good first-time experience. Yeah, thanks so much. Any questions?
We'll take questions out in the hallway. up for Paul.
Okay, so as was said, we're going to take the bus to explore the Bluetooth landscape. Brief little overview, just so you know what is kind of coming up. Oh.
Forgive us, we have to escalate the situation. We do have potential sighting, so we're going to have to enhance our security here. The detail we don't feel is enough. David Taylor, please secure.
We provided
the
you this
speaker.
anti-erotic device.
I didn't ask for this. Who asked for this?
I didn't ask for this.
It's too
Your
great.
mentor application stated that your outrageous speaker request was that we make sure that Rob didn't put you in a headlock.
Oh, that's right. I did ask that.
That'll prevent it.
Only during the keynote. Only during the keynote.
All right. So we're taking all necessary precautions. We believe you, and we want to make sure that you enjoy your con in a safe and psychologically safe fashion.
Yes, and it's being followed. Thank you so much.
Safety up. Let's secure
Okay,
the
sorry.
door.
Sorry, can we bring in the
Oh,
security
yes,
detail? Right?
yes. Yes. Paul?
Sure, absolutely. It'd be an honor.
You, the two of you,
Let's hide behind you.
You can make it up front.
right up in front.
Looking behind you.
I'm helping, yay!
No, don't help so much. Okay, thank you. All right. Apologies, you're handling this very well. Thank you.
No worries. Always fun to have exciting things go down.
Details to secure the room.
This is why your hardware should always have a hardware
No, not at all. This is definitely not an academic conference. That is for sure.
You're not in Kansas anymore, exactly.
Nope, not even close.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so let's dive into this. Who am I? I'm a PhD, I'm a Bluetooth security researcher and a security research scientist. General boilerplate stuff, all these things that I'm going to be talking about are my own work, not that of any employer, past, present, future, all that good junk. So why are we talking about Bluetooth? Well, Bluetooth, whether you like it or not, enjoy it, or even really think it's worth it, it's becoming pretty ubiquitous. So the two good examples that I have here are, the first is doing some wiggle war driving in an 80-person puddle jumper landing in an airfield. 80 people in a plane, 200-something Bluetooth devices all within range of just my phone. The other is, so the other side of this would be, for those of you that may be familiar with a story about wired Apple headphones not working without the Bluetooth capability, it basically boiled down to a product saving scheme so that by implementing Bluetooth chips, they could produce the cords for cheaper, even though they're supposed to be wired. So whether you like them or not, they're getting pretty ubiquitous and they're popping up just about everywhere. But why do we care about this? Well, really, as we'll hopefully see, the Bluetooth landscape is a bit of a Wild West. And so we should really have better insight for what Bluetooth wildlife is out there, get a better idea of what the landscape looks like, and ideally augment these tools so that the security research community can dive in and get their hands dirty into this stuff, because it was a pain in the ass to figure out any of this. Two things that I want to make sure you all understand before we dive in, because they'll be very key to following the rest of the talk. The first of is when you're looking at the Bluetooth protocol model, this bottom layer or controller layer or host controller interface is exceedingly important, because what is going on in that layer is you have translation of hardware to software communication. You can't inject anything to this layer. You can't interact on this layer, but you can sniff it. So you can see everything that's going on, but any communication you're doing is either hardware directly or it is software on top of all this. The second thing you'll need to know is, what does a BLE device look like? Well, essentially what you're running is what's called a GATT server. Without getting too much detail into it, essentially what you have is a device. That device has some number of services on them. The services can have nested in them a series of characteristics. Those characteristics can have within them a series of descriptors. Now that we've gone over the really boring stuff, we can get into the larger meat of this. So what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about my tool, the Bluetooth Landscape Exploration and Enumeration Platform, or as I so lovingly call it, this bleeping tool. What does it do? Well, the real purpose for having made this tool was a lot of the command line tools and things that are out there are depreciated by 8 or plus years. You've got odd tools that have been folded into other tools where you lose a little bit of really nuanced, granular control on some lower levels. So the whole point for this was to have a device that could perform the enumeration of the landscape around you, enumerate these devices in a meaningful way so you can figure out what you can read and write to, and just give you a platform for being able to do this under a nice user interface. Now, there's some more advanced stuff that's getting worked on, such as adding in automation and logging to make it easier to do post-attack analysis or just even post-enumeration analysis. Capturing of signals is a little weird, but the basics and stuff are all in there. And more interestingly, I started adding some points for doing some cartography of the landscape that we end up seeing as we search for devices. So what you can do is you can think of this tool as kind of a set of binoculars. As you go about the Bluetooth landscape, what you might want to do is go on a safari. So let's go looking for what devices are out there, right? What Bluetooth animals do we see, and what wildlife is out there? What do they look like? Or do they have weird characteristics? What are the outliers that are out there in the world when we go looking around? So here is the training data I'm going to give you guys. I think you can figure out what device this is. It's pretty straightforward. It is a Pixel 4a device. There's some maybe interesting information here, right? We have some service data that is kind of present. Not really sure what these, okay. So everything BLE is hex. It gets represented here as decimal, but almost all communication back and forth is hexadecimal. So we've got some interesting hex values. Maybe that's kind of cool. If we use bleep to take a look at the characteristics that are here on this device, we see, okay, here's this really interesting hex string that maybe means something super important. I'm not a Google Pixel developer. I don't necessarily know. But it's unique to this space. Now, if we take a look at a device that I'm not going to tell you who made it, what do you notice about it? So one part is that it's decided to name itself the same as its hardware interface. So okay, it's using a MAC address as a name. Maybe that's a means to kind of hide itself. Instead of service information, what we have is manufacturer data. And what we see here is a UINT number along with, again, some set of hex data attached to it. Those of you who are painfully aware of the Bluetooth SIG documentation know what device this is already. But let's keep looking. So we use bleep to take a look at the characteristics and descriptors that are there. It is a hot mess staring at this thing. We see maybe some interesting descriptors that are perhaps a binary value, but let's use bleep to only read back the characteristics. Now, can you tell me what device this is? Yeah, pretty straightforward. It's an Apple device. That UINT 76 is a dead giveaway. That's the manufacturer code for Apple. We also see it's a watch running version 6.6. So now we've got a clear picture of the device that is in front of us. Now, here's a similar examination of an iPhone. And you'll notice here as well that, once again, you don't have the name necessarily hiding itself. You do see that UINT number one more time, so you can identify it again from the manufacturing data that's there. But then we also see this very odd error here at the bottom. That is bleep. I've written all the error handling on it. So what bleep believes is going on is that there's an authentication event based on a code that's delivered on that HCI layer that we'll get into later. And it believes that some sort of pairing request has failed. So okay, bleep is able to not only try to get an idea of what the landscape is, but also tries to give you an idea of what are the issues that are happening under the hood. If we take a look at one more device, which I'm not going to give away, here what we're doing is we're using bleep's pretty print function in order to print it more in that structure that I was telling you about earlier. So here's the top level service, a nested characteristic, descriptor. If we take a look at service 0010, which this is a handle, the terminology in BLE and Bluetooth gets very annoying after a while, but the point is on this one, we start seeing some names. We start seeing codes, maybe version numbers down here. If we keep looking at the device, we can see a little more information. Again, we've got a version number, and most importantly here, Zebra Technologies. We just found a zebra on a safari hunt. Now, I know from my own personal life and work I have done that Zebra Technologies in this case is a package scanner, a physical package scanner, most likely a handheld device that you use to scan barcodes, get signatures, all that sort of stuff. So let's take a look at the details on this device. So here what we're doing is we're using a deep dive mode that is also in Bleep, and it will go through and print out all attached information for all characteristics, descriptors, and services that it has enumerated on the device. And so once again, you know, there's some interesting strings. Maybe we get some version numbers. I mean, there's a lot of info here, but maybe it's nothing, right? I wrote the tool. Why do you trust me? I could be lying to you, and this is just doing stuff that I think will trick you into using it. Well, the way we can do that is let's go deeper. So if you remember that HCI layer I was telling you about, what we need to do is we need to start examining communications on that layer, see what we can tell about the communication that's being sent there, and corroborate whether or not Bleep is actually a useful tool or just a fun hobby that is hallucinating and doing its own thing. So here is communication for two Bluetooth devices communicating BLE on just that HCI layer. This is using a tool known as BTMON. Again, open, simple to use. Most folks that are developing Bluetooth are using it to sanity check their work. What's important here is that you can see the direction in which communication is going based on the arrow brackets that you get. The color coding makes it a little easier to read, but what you're seeing here is you've got an attempt to read some handle. So if you remember, that handle is just another way to identify characteristics and things. It's complaining about insufficient authentication. It then attempts to pair, goes through this pairing process, and we hit some issue about an agent not existing. So, okay, that ends up being detrimental to us because authentication fails, and down here the device ends up disconnecting us from its communication. But hey, now we can kind of read what's going on under the hood and make sure that what we're seeing is what we expect. So here I've got another capture from BTMON, and it's pretty easy to see what's going on here, right? I mean, you've got an Intel Corporation device. Now, there is some information that even the BTMON doesn't know what the hell this is because Intel just decided to use this device flag. What does it mean? I have no idea. I don't work at Intel. I don't do their Bluetooth development. But we see that the device continues to communicate. We're not getting the same authentication error, so we get instead a connection response, some configuration requests. That's great. It then blasts an insane amount of information because it's telling me about every capability that it has on the device. Towards the end of this blast of information, we see it gets a complaint about A2DP sync and source. Okay, maybe that won't tank me entirely. Unfortunately, we keep going, and it actually does, because since that is a key part of this Intel device, it ends up leading to a remote user termination connection and disconnects me entirely. So I've shown you two fun examples of this. Now, raising your hands, how many of you recall what was going on with Bluetooth last year and a certain dolphin-named device that was messing around with Apple? Yeah, so let's go bobbing for some apples and see what's weird about them and what kind of difference we've seen since that time. So here I've got the HCI capture for that iPhone communication I was showing you earlier in Bleep, right? And what did we see there? We saw, oh, it screamed something about authentication and not being able to pair. So what we see in the HCI communication is, once again, here's that read request for this handle. We end up getting an error response to that, screaming about insufficient authentication. If we recall from the earlier one, it ends up not being able to authenticate, and the device ends up disconnecting us. Okay, fun. So does it happen every time? So here I'm taking a look at yet another Apple iPhone device, and we see again that same sort of pattern. You've got a handle that it attempts to read from, insufficient authentication. It's not necessarily the same handle, but you get this pattern of activity. And what we notice is this sense of, okay, well, you can start reading from this Apple device up until some error response happens, and then we'll kind of forget about it. Now, it's not just Apple devices that I've seen this on since last year. This is just a small list of handles that I've seen for various devices. The unknowns are just ones that hid their identity well enough I couldn't quite identify what it was. But most importantly, what do we notice about the pattern of this behavior? We notice that essentially we're communicating with the device until we reach some panic point, trip this panic reaction, and the device freaks out on us. So what does Bleep show for this from its side? Well, when using Bleep, we end up getting errors telling us that the device has disconnected. So, okay, we're seeing the same information both on that HCI layer and from Bleep itself. So now we need to start mapping this problem because I would like to get around this. I'm tired of every Apple device just telling me I can't talk to it. So I decide I'm going to start mapping these little landmines I keep walking across. And you know, the bigger question is, can we prevent this disconnection? Is there maybe information hidden behind there that they're just trying to prevent me from getting at it because of the way that I'm going about it? And so what I did was augment how Bleep would end up collecting this information. Normally what you're doing is you're communicating to the device and collecting the gap information, which is the general access profile. Those are those levels of details that we saw earlier that had the name, the alias, the Bluetooth address, high-level stuff. But what I end up deciding to do is we'll create a map that we can use in order to track which characteristics we read, see if there's any issues. Once we've got that skeleton, we'll create the coordinating map. Once we do the enumeration, pretty straightforward. Check the map. Is this a known bad issue? It is? Great. I don't want to bother reading from it. It's just going to waste my time. It's not known to be an issue? Great. Let's try to read from it. Get back the response. We'll do some error checking on the communication we received back. If it turns out to cause an issue, great, mark it as bad, and we'll just go that way rather than some systemic panic and run. And so we run this on Bleep, taking it against an iPhone. And we see here that we're still reading from it, right? No errors yet. We see we get towards some of these characteristics that we saw earlier, like 0010, but it continues going. So, okay, well, what about some of the other ones that we saw on that list, right? 002E. Well, we keep going, and no, we managed to actually get past 2E. All right, well, does anything ever trigger? Doesn't view like it, right? We get all the way to the end of this menu. There's no errors, nothing screaming about anything. But again, don't believe me, right? I wrote Bleep. For all I know, I did a really shitty job, and just it's hallucinating answers and telling me that it's fine. So let's check that HCI layer. And what do you all notice about this output? Yes?
I think that probably the device timed out, so that you see down here the disconnect complete, and that the reason it's connection time out.
Yes, exactly. So the only reason the device disconnected us is that it timed out. I can tell you from at the time I was scanning this because the device got away from me. But we didn't trip a panic reaction. This device let us read all of its characteristics through without kicking us off or throwing us off anywhere. So awesome. Hey, we did it. This grabbed the wrong version of it. Okay, this is a little more clustered than I'd want, but what are the things that we end up learning from this? Well, okay, first and foremost, Bluetooth devices are really platform specific. Manufacturers are right now basically dictating how these devices get implemented and how they're put out in the wild. It really leads to this Wild West sort of environment in it. With that, hey, we found an actual zebra on a safari hunt. I don't know many talks you can say that you got to see a zebra, so I think that is worth it. The more interesting 2 points are these two at the end. So first and foremost, what I found most interesting is that it appears that Apple is using canaries in order to prevent you from continuing to enumerate devices and characteristics. From what I could tell from what the Flipper was doing during, Sour Apple, Bad Apple, whatever the hell we decided to name that one, is that it was essentially systematically going through and just blasting communications against the characteristics in the GATT server that's running. So by just having this panic reaction and disconnecting, they're hoping to circumvent that. The second one is, depending on how you present yourself as a Bluetooth device will change the interaction you get with devices. So that A2DP audio sync and source issue that I saw earlier, once I installed Pulse Audio on this machine and scanned again, I ripped my headphones away from my phone to my laptop without realizing what had happened. Until all of a sudden I'm hearing a YouTube video I didn't know was even playing. So it's fun stuff. For those of you that want to play with the tool, this is where you go to find it. It looks like this, very straightforward. I'm going to show you guys a bit of a demo of it operating, so just so that you can get, again, some more experience looking at it and seeing how it works. So let's go to the demo. So here, as before, I have that B team on so that we can take a look at the background communication along with it. And then here, we've got Bleep. In order to start it up in user mode, it is this simple. You just have to have Python installed and the requirement libraries, which are all on GitHub. But you just write bleep, tacm for the mode, user for user mode, hit go. It will start enumerating around the room and seeing what devices are in range. There are some annoying things about the dbus and how it works. It will then start producing a series of devices. Yes, there is a Pokemon Go Plus device around here that I've been trying to talk to for the last 2 days, and it will not speak to me. The MPY UART is a PicoW server that I've made to help test this against. There's this Oppo A15. You'll notice that a lot of these other names are more or less trying to hide themselves from us. That last one is my phone, which, fun fact about BLE, even though my Bluetooth is off on my phone, it will still show up. I won't be able to talk to it, but I can still enumerate its location within the wild. So picking one of these devices, okay, so this is the fun thing about the dbus. The dbus will forget. So if you take too long to pick a target, it will just tell you, I've forgotten about this, I don't know what the hell you're trying to talk to. So as again, we do that M user, pick a device at random, and let it go and try to communicate to it. So taking a look on the back end, we can see that the device has connected, we attempted to get features, and the device did not like this and has booted us off. So once again, we're seeing that panic and I hate you reaction. Bleep will attempt to still communicate to it a few times. It ends up leading to a timeout in those cases. Yes, it looks slow and is confusing, hence the need for having this B team on, again, if you're getting really into the weeds and under the hood. But because I can't always control the environments around me, I have also made demos. So if we take a look at, say, the BLE CTF and decide that we are going to brute force a series of writes to it, much like before, you'll see that it's going to type bleep tacm user. I added a -d file for this version, which I'm going to upload, which allows me to identify a device. That is because I didn't know how many Bluetooth devices you all were going to bring, and I didn't want to go digging for it. As we expect to see, it's going to go through and enumerate the device. Here's that gap layer information. The text is really big, so all of this is kind of flying by. What it's done is it has enumerated all the characteristics on the device. We are then generating a list of the characteristics that it found, using that list of characteristics to then perform an action. So here what we're doing is we're reading from a characteristic that we've decided. Once I hit enter, I am then picking a characteristic that I know has a flag on it where, sorry. Here we're showing the score. Here's that read all that shows, again, all those characteristics in a nice, easier to read format. Here we see that there's a write up there where it's attempting to brute force. So I'm saying, okay, write to this device, use brute force mode. It will then ask me how many characters the write should be whenever it hits enter and continues. So I'm picking that characteristic. I'm saying it needs to use 2 bytes of information, start brute forcing it. And it will just go through the entire spectrum from 0 to 255 and write everything it can to there. What we'll see at the end of this is the write characteristic that had the flag that told us to brute force these values will end up producing a flag. It's a BLE CTF, so it's a CTF we're playing with. We will then go and read from that device. Here is that flag. We'll then copy the device, write it to the score characteristic, which is separate from where you read from it. Here we go. Picking the characteristic to read from, which I think is char0029 to B. I was off by 1. So B is where we write the string to. Great, it's written it here as a string instead of an integer as we saw before. We then read from the characteristic and see that we have in fact scored the flag. Hooray, we've got basic I/O interaction. I've got demos for signals, I've got demos for this and that, but I would like to leave some time for questions. So please, as this continues playing in the background, ask questions as you need. Don't have time for questions. Oh, even better. Okay, well, if you want to talk to me more about it, please come up. Otherwise, thank you for listening to my insane ramble about Bluetooth wildlife.
have provided you with this proof of that. Would the two of you hold that up together? Would you be willing to do that? Everybody? Thank you so much.
Okay. Good to go.
Be very careful what you put in forms, people.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Carlos Gonçalves. I'm the CTI leader at Banco do Brasil, and I'm excited to share with you our journey and some insights on how we're doing intelligence-based purple teaming. And we'll explore how integrating threat intel with purple teaming has significantly enhanced our security posture. And first, some information about myself. Here is another picture of me when I wasn't in InfoSec yet. It was good times yet. No white hair yet. So who am I? I graduated in physics with a postgraduate degree and an MBA. I've been working in InfoSec for the last 12 years at Banco do Brasil. I've managed the incident response team and established the first red team at the bank. And right now I'm responsible for leading the CTI team at Banco do Brasil. And I'm saying Banco do Brasil. Who is Banco do Brasil? It's Brazil's oldest and largest public bank. We have a worldwide presence, operating in 92 countries. We have 83 million clients. Out of this, 28.5 are active. And 93% of our transactions are occurring through digital channels. We have 110,000 internal users. And to clarify a common misconception, in Brazil, we speak Portuguese. Okay, and how are you doing threat intel? So we are using the MISP platform to facilitate the threat intel sharing. We are connected with more than 4,000 entities in our threat sharing network. We have a CTI platform, it's OpenCTI. It serves as a central repository for ingesting data from a variety of sources, including threat intel feeds, open source intelligence, the incident response efforts in the bank. And this platform allows us to correlate several data entities and map the techniques used by attackers. It gives us a comprehensive overview of the threat landscape. And to tell you a bit more, the data flow of the threat intel process. At the heart of our operations, there is the platform, as I said, OpenCTI. It integrates data from all these sources, the threat sharing network, open threat feeds, sandbox analyzers, and several databases such as VirusTotal, MyRattack, CVE, etc. And this data goes to our threat intel team, which uses the platform to analyze this vast amount of information and turn them into actionable insights. And with this, they're able to identify IOCs, compile threat reports, monitor the attack surface, and extract the top techniques that are being used, or that will be used for against the bank. They will be used on our purple team campaigns. And during these campaigns, we use another tool. It's called Vector. This tool, we are using it as the purple team campaign management. So to give you an example, let's analyze a ransomware, Wasted Locker. This ransomware was used in a simulation campaign. So this is a bit on how you use the OpenCTI, the platform, to visualize and manage intelligence about specific threats. So we have a comprehensive overview of this malware. All the data sources that we are ingesting are correlated to provide a high-level description. We can apply labels, visualize everything related to that entity, such as IOCs, the latest reports, which groups are using this malware, the attack techniques that are used to employ this malware, etc. And when we put it on a bigger review, so this is how we are analyzing all this information. So this visualization represents how we are connecting the dots across several reports to form a comprehensive overview of a threat. So each node here represents an entity within the platform, such as reports, IOCs, techniques, and to give a better view, right there is the malware. And each purple node here is a report on that malware. And they are all correlated. All these yellow nodes are the known indicators, the IOCs. But for the campaign, we don't care about the IOCs. What we care about are these nodes in green. These are the techniques that are being used, that are known to be used for when employing this malware. And when we take these techniques, we put it against the malware attack matrix. We get, for IOC lock, you had 23 techniques, but for simulation, you don't necessarily simulate all of these techniques, all of these 23 techniques, because no one has all these resources, and that's why the threat intel team, they evaluate which techniques should be prioritized to be simulated. So right here, for that specific malware, these were the 5 techniques that the threat intel team evaluated as the most important for the bank. Let me see, can't find my cursor, so anyhow. And how we are doing this prioritization? Well, we are using a framework called Top Attack Techniques by the Matter Ingenuity project. This methodology, it has 3 points. It's prevalence, choke point, and actionability. Prevalence, it simply tells how much a specific technique is being seen on several attacks. Choke point is a measurement on specific techniques that will be useful to focus on a specific attack, like process injection. When we analyze an attack chain, we can see that in many attacks, there are several techniques that are used before calling process injection. There are many techniques go to process injection as the next step. And after process injection, they are going to several other techniques. So instead of focusing on all these techniques around process injection, if we focus on that specific technique, that is a choke point, we might have a better chance to stop the full attack. And the last one is actionability. Is a measure of what can I do against technique. So if there isn't much I can't do much about that technique. It receives a lower score. And all these 3 components are combined into a score to give us the significant or the top techniques. So at the Matter Ingenuity website, there's a calculator to help anyone find out which techniques you should prioritize, but I suggest that you understand the methodology and tailor it specific to your environment. So, okay, so when we take the top techniques, we ingest them into the other 2. It's vector for the purple team campaign management. This facilitates the tracking of the red and blue team testing activities. And with this tool, we can create assessment groups that include collateral campaigns that to simulate a specific threat. So this campaign can cover all the attack matrix from discovery to the impact, or you can make specific tailored campaigns to assess specific techniques. So let's get back to those top techniques that the threat intel team deemed as prioritized to simulate. So even though it doesn't cover all the attack chain, considering the top techniques, the choke points, having a good detection on these techniques would give us a better chance to stop an attack that would employ that malware. So let's go deeper into one of these techniques. Let's go to Windows service. When you click on that specific technique, we are presented with this screen. And it has been populated by the threat intel team with information on that technique. There are details on how it was being used on an attack, and there are 2 sides. So the left-hand side is used by the red team, and the right-hand side by the blue team. And the red team with information such as when the attack simulation started, which were the targets, which one were the sources, and all this information will help the blue team navigate through thousands of logs to find out if the red team is being successful. And we also have fields for detailing the attack, the description. Sometimes we have even, depending on the reports that we receive, we have specific like command lines, which tools are being used to exploit that specific technique. Right? So, and on the right-hand side, it's used by the blue team. There's information that has been also populated by the threat intel team. And here the blue team will specify if that technique that the red team run was successful, if it was detected, if it was blocked, there was alert, there was just a log, or there wasn't anything at all. So all this information, they are going to be used to assess the capability of detecting and mitigating each technique that was simulated by the red team. So let's get back to that techniques. So when we run all these 5 techniques to simulate these specific techniques, we can get some reports. So for this campaign, there was with the locker, there are 5 techniques. Our first round of this malware, we came up with two techniques that were blocked, 2 had logs. It wasn't blocked, but at least we had logs. And one of them, we were blind. We couldn't see anything. And when you go to the right side, you can create a heat map specific to the attack matrix to assess how is our defense capacity. So it goes red is the worst case scenario to green when the attacker was blocked. And as we moved, we did a first round of tests during 6 months. And during that first round, we came up with this matrix, the attack matrix. It was over 180 tests that were done. So this was our first heat map, our first malware attack heat map testing whether that technique is being successful. If each technique was used against the bank, would that attack be successful or not? So with this, knowing which techniques we must be stronger, we are able to better inform other security teams on specific actions that should be taken to improve our defenses. So from this, some results we got. So as I said, we were able to make targeted improvements, identified some short-term actions like improved logging. We saw that there was a lot of logs that wasn't reaching the CM, the blue team couldn't see them, and some detection rules that should be improved, and also some long-term actions from specific techniques like command and script execution. So we need to reevaluate our policies. We need to change them, and we bring the security team, the IT teams, and the business teams to discuss this and assess the impact of any action that will be taken by security. And we also came up with new tools that we needed that wasn't available. And okay, this was all going great. As I said, 6 months, we're doing tests, but let's take a look at this, the defense success rate. In this graph, you have in the y-axis, the defense success. And on the x-axis, we have the time. So when we saw it on the first 6 months, the defense success rate was getting lower. And why is that? So the red team was moving very fast. They were weaponizing themselves and moving fast. And blue team was lacking behind, not because of the lack of capacity. It's because the characteristics of the defense actions are much harder, much slower to implement than simply executing tests as a red team. So what was happening was this. The threat intel team was a red team playing, okay, this is fun, we're breaking a lot of stuff, we find a lot of room for improvements, but the blue team was getting drowned on all these reports that the red team was throwing at them. So we saw this, okay, this is work, we need to improve this. So at the first round, as I said, we'll take a more red and blue team approach, where the red team was doing their actions, the blue team was coming up later to evaluate the actions done by the red team. And then on the second round, we changed the approach for a purple team approach. So we saw the defense success rates increase. And on this purple team approach, we had on a call. The red team, the blue team, the threat intel team, they are all on the same call, sharing screens, and the red team only moves to the next technique when the blue team has did whatever they could to that technique. So whether it be a new rule and an improved logging, or at least identify, okay, we need something. We are not able to do anything against this. We need a new tool. We need some policy changes. So only when the blue team is able to find whatever the red team did and make that improvement, or at least, okay, help me, I can do this by myself, the red team moves to the next technique. So if we compare the heat map, this was for the first round, red and blue. When we changed that approach to a purple teaming, this was the heat map for the attacks that were done after that change for the purple team. So this is a direct result of the improvement that were identified by the blue team, including new tools and better visibility, better process that was done by the defense team. So we still have a long road ahead, and as the threats are dynamic, this evaluation must be constant and retesting the techniques with new procedures. So just to give an overview, comparing side by side, you can see that some techniques that were red, so we improved on that, and also added new techniques. So, yeah, sure.
So first slide says there is nothing for exfiltration, but does that mean, should that not be a red? But then you've got an exfiltration, coverage.
Yeah, because on the, as I said, you have to constantly evaluate which techniques you should assess, you should test. So on the first round, for who did hear that, he asked if we shouldn't have exfiltration on the first round. On the first round, exfiltration wasn't a top technique when the threat intel team evaluated all these techniques that were all the threats for the bank. The second round, it went there to be tested. So, okay, in conclusion, so what can we take from this? So testing is a very effective way to evaluate the security controls. And purple teaming yields better results than red and blue teaming, but from experience, we see that this approach, it's slower to move. It moves slower. It gives better results, but it moves slower. So it's important to balance purple teaming with red team, traditional pen tests, so you can have a broader test, a broader view of your risk surface. So. And bring together diverse teams is a better way to drive change to the organization. When we are discussing, when we are doing these stats, we are also bringing the risk teams, but it's another topic for another discussion, how we are bringing the risk teams together with the purple team, red team, blue team, risk teams are all together. And you have to constantly evaluate the top techniques. The threat scenario is very dynamic, the attacks are very dynamic, they adapt very fast, and you have to be able to adapt fast too. So, if you have any questions, actually, please go ahead to the mic, so people who are watching can hear the question. Please go ahead.
My question was, in the first approach, you talked about you kind of focused on one malware at a time, or at that time.
Yeah.
Moving forward, when you're working together in the purple team, do you focus on like one malware strain, or one actor at a time, and then move on to the next one, or do you do them concurrently? How does that?
The first round, you took on specific malware, extract the techniques. Okay, these are the techniques we are simulating. For the next rounds, we are not looking at specific malwares. We are looking right now just the techniques. I don't care which malware are going to be used. I care which techniques are being used by attackers, and are these techniques going to affect me or not? So the malware is just a guide to the simulation, to the campaign, to tell a story for the campaign, but we are focusing on techniques. Does that answer your question?
So it's more of a broader threat landscape
Yeah.
Versus specific actors.
Yeah. The actor is just, as I said, it's just a guide to extract the techniques, but we are evaluating the threat scenario as a whole, so not just not the specific adversaries. So you had a question too?
So when you're doing these like purple team exercises, do you actually like target your production environment, or you kind of
Production.
building the
Production.
environment just for the sake of
Production. When we have some, if there is a critical application or a critical asset, we go to another environment, but mainly on production.
But do you actually, like, when you do like data exfil, is that like mock data, or do you actually like see if you can find data to exfil within the environment?
We didn't do exfil yet. So when sorry, they did exfil. All right, we just tested the capacity of doing, for example, can an adversary establish a command and control and exfiltrate data? We didn't test which data would be exfiltrated. We tested if that exfiltration technique would be successful in whether the data was real or not. Just testing the technique, the exfiltration technique.
So like say you don't get initial access, do you just tell them to like just turn off whatever these actions blocking you?
We don't. When we evaluate the top techniques, initial access doesn't come up as a prioritization, as a top technique, and we also take an assumed breach approach. So we can have an insider with 110,000 people. So probably there's going to be an insider sometime. So we take this approach. It's an assumed breach. But we also do some initial access tests whenever needed. So, but it's not our focus.
Really informative. I love the graphic, or I don't love the graphic of the blue team drowning. I don't know what the appropriate way to say it is, but I get it. How do you manage running purple teams? Like, what tools do you deploy, or is it just a playbook that you're kind of running and you've written down?
We are learning as we go. So we are using that tool, Vector, for managing the purple team. Yeah, each team has access to that tool. They are able to fill out the specific informations, and as I said, we're learning as we go, and that was the results we're getting. We're not following a specific book. So.
And is Vector free, or is that something?
It's open source. It's open source. It has commercial, as I say, commercial licensing for supporting, but it's an open source tool.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Thank you. I'll be available if anyone wants to talk. So have a wonderful day.
Bye.